starting it here. So basically, give us the rundown. What's up?
Oh, absolutely. So thanks for having me on. I really appreciate you. Yeah. So I wanted to today talk a little bit about some things that have happened in my life. Me and you met in the Dominican Republic, probably back around 2012, 2011. And before me and you had met, I had actually I'd come to the Dominican from a group home, right? Which is a group home is it's almost like it's not it's not like juvie, it's not juvenile detention necessarily, but it's a place for people with troubled home lives. It's for kids, people with troubled home lives and maybe had committed crimes. And I had gotten into the group home because, when I was in 8th grade, I had, so at that time, my mom, she is working all the time.
Sure.
My dad passed away when I was young, probably in about 2nd grade. He passed away, and then my mom was left with a restaurant. That's what my family had done, and she owned this restaurant by herself. She was constantly in there working, trying to upkeep. I don't know if you know how much work it is to run a restaurant. You got to go and prep in the mornings, and it's a lot. I do, payroll, inventory. So she was juggling all this by herself. And in the meantime, I didn't really have any guidance whatsoever in my life. I didn't have any positive male role models, which I realize is so important. And statistically, we can get into that, is very important. But I didn't have any of that really in my life. And, when you're growing up like that, you have to figure out your own ways, right? You have to experience the world. You have to make mistakes. That's the only way to learn. You learn the hard way, right? So I had been messing around with my friends one night, and I came to a house that we were trying to steal some beer from, and we saw a laptop sitting behind the door of this house, right? It was a glass door. Sure. And we open the door, we take the laptop, and we start running, right? And a few weeks later, the police got wind of this laptop, right? And they brought us all in for questioning, and I was, trying to lie my way out of it or whatever. And my friends end up, going in and they tell them the truth. So I was pretty mad at my friends. I thought that, we were going to somehow get away from it. But either way, I get on probation when I'm only in 9th grade, right?
Sure.
And for those of you who maybe don't really know a lot about probation, it's a system where you basically have a probation officer. It's somebody who looks over you, will drug test you, make sure that you're doing what you need to do in life, right? Like when you're on probation in the United States, you can't even have you can't not be working, right? You either have to be in school or you have to have a job.
Yeah.
So they just keep you on your toes, make sure you're doing what you're doing. I wasn't doing well at all. Okay, so I was smoking a lot of weed at the time, and I had been smoking since I was very young. Like I said, I didn't really have a lot of parental guidance. So I started smoking marijuana when I was in 6th grade, which is super young, and either way, I couldn't really quit smoking, and I was getting in trouble in school, and the probation officer decided to send me to a group home. So
that means you get out of your family, so you're not with your mom anymore.
Yes. So I'm taken away from my house and put in a group home that's about 2 hours away from my house here in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And when I got there, the first thing that I noticed was it was me and every other person that was there was a Black American. These are African Americans, Black American. It's minorities there. It was nobody who was of my race, right?
Sure.
And coming from where I came from, I wasn't I wasn't exposed to a lot of people of different races. I really wasn't, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
I come from the Outer Banks of North Carolina, which is a predominantly white, middle class area, right? It's a vacation community.
Okay.
And when I went there, I was, you know, introduced to a lot of different culture that I wasn't introduced to before, right? And the people who lived outside of our little vacation community that I was in,
Yeah.
they lived in a lot more poverty. You know, there was gangs. There was a lot more going on that I hadn't been exposed to before. So I, you know, had to kind of make my way there in the group home, and I became great friends with everyone there, right? And I also started to take responsibility for myself. You know, I feel that when you're growing up and you don't have strong parenting, and a lot of people out there can probably relate with this, but you don't take responsibility for your own actions. You know,
Sure.
it's something that is learned. You know, when something goes wrong, it's easy to start blaming other things, right? But once you start to take responsibility for yourself, life becomes, it makes a lot more sense, and you can start to control things a little bit more. So I started to control, you know, what I was doing, and started to learn a lot. And when I was in the group home, I was able to make all A's in school. Okay. And that was the one of the first times that I realized that I'm capable in an academic setting of doing well.
Yeah.
But I got out of the group home about a year and a half later, and that's when I came and moved to the Dominican. My mom sent me to go live with my aunt there,
Yeah.
and that's where I met you, and met a lot of great people in the Dominican. But what was interesting about that, and we were talking a little bit earlier, you have some experience with this too, is the diversity in people's lives. You know, going
Sure.
from you know, my middle class, you know, vacation community, then going to the group home. This is, you know, out in a place where there's, you know, poverty and gangs, like I was saying, and you know, a lot of people had hard lives there.
Yeah.
And then I left from there to the Dominican, which, you know, I mean, the Dominican's a funny place because there's people living in extreme poverty, unlike anything that was, you know, in the group home. But then there's also people who are, you know,
Living extremely lavish.
extremely lavish, right? So, you know, I lived with my aunt, and she was a wealthy person too. And I lived in this gated community, and a lot of people that I hung out with and met there were very, very wealthy people, right?
Sure.
And they come from good families. So when I was there, I feel like I started to change my attitude and culture a little bit, right? And
Yeah.
I started to
Pick up
I
some of their
started to
habits.
Right. I started to change some of my habits, like even the way I talked and the way that, you know, what I wanted to do. Like I wasn't interested in smoking weed anymore. I wasn't really interested in, you know, drugs at all, or gangs or anything like that, you know, and or committing any crimes, or trying to, like, you know, I just wanted to hang out with my friends, do normal kid stuff, right?
Sure.
So that was fun. You know, I had a great time in the Dominican, but when I ended up leaving the Dominican the next year, this is when I started to have some serious trouble, right? Because what I noticed about living in you know, the Dominican Republic, which is in the Caribbean, for those of you who maybe don't know, it's a very free and open lifestyle. You know, they value nature a lot more. They value physical activity, and they spend their time doing a lot of, you know, physical, outdoor things that you know, are, I think, more conducive to living a happy life.
Sure.
And when I came back to the United States, something that I realized about being here after leaving was, so much in the United States is a commodity, right? It's all about it's a lot of our lifestyles here, and it's maybe hard for people to see this from the inside, is about money, and it's about spending money to do things that you want to do, right? Like
Yeah.
everybody needs a car. Like in the Dominican, you take these little carritos, which
Yeah.
are kind of little roving
Like
taxis that just,
buses.
yeah,
Yeah. Taxis.
little
Yeah.
buses. And, you know, here in the United States, everybody wants a car. You know, you have to have money to go see a movie, or, you know, everything is more
Consumer
like
based.
monetarily focused, right?
Yeah.
So I started to live more of a you know, lifestyle that was based on trying to make money now, right? That's what I wanted to do. And at the same time, I started to, this is another thing that I realized. When I was in the Dominican, you know, and you had, most of these people came from 2-parent families,
Yeah.
you know, pretty wealthy families. So these people were not drug users, right? Like in high school, you didn't have a lot of people who were experimenting with drugs, you know,
Yeah. No.
especially not hard drugs like cocaine or you know, Molly, MDMA, anything like that, right?
Yeah.
It was just maybe some people smoked weed a little bit, but people were generally in the Dominican a lot more well behaved than the people in America. You know, when I came here, there was people doing cocaine. There was, and I'm in my senior year of high school at this time,
Yeah.
and something that was becoming really big at this time in the United States was these raves, right?
Sure.
Where people would go to, you know, EDM concerts, and they would take, you know, ecstasy or Molly or, you know, acid or whatever it is. And I started to get a little bit into that scene, right? Chasing girls, you know, there's girls that I like, they were doing this thing. So I started to not only be smoking weed now, but I remember the first drug that I ever tried that wasn't weed was MDMA. People call it Molly.
Sure.
And it was a, you know, pretty euphoric experience the first time I did it. And then after, you know, feeling those good feelings, there were
Yeah.
terrible lows, right? And I feel
Sure.
that drugs in general, I've learned over the years, only bring you to these terrible lows in the end. Yeah, it's you
If you
know, and I'll
stop
come
using them.
back to this. Right. There's always it's I think about Isaac Newton, right? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Sure.
And I really believe that when it comes to life. There's no shortcuts really in life that you're not going to have to answer for in the long run, right? So if you use a drug, no matter what the drug is, you're going to have a reckoning day where you're going to have to basically answer for all those times that, you know, you were sedated or
Yeah.
whatever. So I had, you know, a terrible morning that morning, but now my mind was open to using different drugs. All right. So I remember in that 1 year when I came back from the Dominican, I had used cocaine. I had used Xanax, which is a benzodiazepine. It's a anti-anxiety medication that is sweeping through the young generation in my country here in America, at least,
Yeah.
is sweeping through this generation, and
What does that one
it's
do?
messing a lot of people up. What was it?
What does that one do? I'm not familiar.
So benzodiazepines in general almost give you a drunk feeling, but it's much more intense than a drunk feeling. It makes you unaware of your actions. It makes you you
And
don't
people
feel.
take this all the time?
Did I take it?
No, people take this all the time. Like,
Yeah, people take this all the time. I mean, people will wake up every day and take one of these.
so how do
And
they operate? Like, how does that person operate in
well,
society?
well, this is what I was gonna say. So it gives you a drunk feeling, but it's not as bad for your coordination as being drunk, right? It will mess up your coordination if you take a lot, but it it takes away all anxiety and worry and any, you know, anxious feelings, right? So something that happens a lot to people who use benzos is
Yeah.
they steal, right? They make really bad decisions, or they'll get on the phone. Like, you know, when people are drunk, their frontal cortex isn't working, you
Yeah.
know, and they're not reasonable, right? So
Sure.
that's very, very prevalent in people who use benzos. They steal, you know, or they lose things, and they're, you know, they're a mess, right? But for a lot of people, it allows them to get through life without having to feel anxieties, you know? And I feel like that's why people cling to that so much. That was never they call it a drug of choice. That was never my drug of choice, was really Xanax, but I had experimented with these things, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Here's what got me really bad. All right. And this is what led me down a very, very dark path that took a lot of years of my life, actually. So I was in my senior year still. This is towards the end of senior year. And I had
Yeah.
experimented with a lot of these drugs. You know, I'd taken, pills and, cocaine and things like that. And one of my buddies, who I was hanging out with a lot at the time, told me that he knows somebody tonight who's getting Percocet, right?
What
So
is, okay, yeah.
a Percocet is, I didn't really understand it at the time, but it's a painkiller, right? It's like OxyContin or,
Sure.
right, Opanos or anything like that. So it's a, it's an opiate, okay? And these Percocets are prescribed by doctors and they're used for pain management. And he said, "Oh, hey, I'm getting some Percocets," and he was very excited about it, like very,
Yeah.
very excited. And I was like, "Oh, like I've never tried those before. Like, I wonder what those are like." And he's like, "Yeah, I'll hook you up with one," And I
Sure.
was like, I didn't even really know. I was like, I don't really like Xanax so much, but yeah, I'll try this out, right? So I remember I had a Percocet 30 milligram. It's a small. It really, it's ironic because it's one of the smallest pills you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah.
But it's one of the most powerful pills you ever see in your life.
Gotcha.
And I just took 1/4 of that little tiny pill. It's the size of, I don't even know what it's the size of. It's not even the size of a penny, right? I mean, it's very, very small.
Yeah.
So I took 1/4 of that. It's like the size of a pin. And I felt this amazing feeling that I felt like I had been missing throughout my entire life, right?
Yeah.
And it made me feel warm and I felt, comfortable. I felt, happy. And it really gave me this euphoric feeling, right?
You're making it sound great. Like we should all go get some.
Well, that's the thing, each drug, yeah, right. Well, each drug, like I was saying, it's all evil, it's the most cunning enemy of human life. Drugs are, I believe that. I think drugs are the most cunning enemy of human life, because they're so tricky and they're sneaky, and each drug creeps up on people in a different way. And I'll explain, like, if somebody was to do cocaine, the next day you're not going to be feeling good. Even after, when you're coming down off of that, you're not going to be feeling good. You're going to be, feeling like shit. You're going to be worn out, and you're going to, maybe a lot of people will say, I don't want to do that again today. Right.
Yeah.
The thing about these opiates is you don't get that feeling. You don't get that bad negative feeling, right? Until way later when you're addicted to it. But I'm going to explain how sinister and how evil that drug really is, because it sneaks up on you and it's terrible. It's worse. I think it's the worst drug that exists in my mind. I think opiates are the most detrimental drug to humanity. I really believe that. So
when used recreationally,
to use recreationally, and I can get into a little bit of the
if someone breaks their leg or gets into some accident and they need to use these drugs for what they're meant, right? I guess you said it's a painkiller.
Yes.
Then it helps them in a way.
Right. So it can help people. These painkillers can help people. But I feel that you have to be very, very, very careful. And I'm going to get into how these drugs affect people. But, well, I can go over this a little bit. So the thing about these opiates is we've had a massive problem in our country with opiates. I don't know if you know this, but in America, at least, we have the highest opiate use levels that we've ever had. And it's become so bad that the leading cause of death now in the United States has gone from heart disease to now being prescription drug overdose. And it's even to the point so bad now that we have actually lowered our life expectancy for the first time in years and years and years, in decades, maybe even ever. And I believe it was 2017, our life expectancy was lowered. It hasn't been raising. And that has to do with these drugs. And the thing about it is, when you prescribe these to people through a doctor, you have to be very careful to not abuse these drugs. right?
Sure.
Because what happens to tons of people, and this is a big problem right now, the makers of Oxycontin, Purdue, just went bankrupt and they're being sued for $8 billion right now because they promote this to people, right? And they act as if it's not addictive, it's going to be fine, you know, the doctor's giving it to you. And then people end up addicted for the rest of their lives on this stuff, right? They can never kick it because it warps your brain. And people are then turning to heroin when they can no longer get their prescription drugs. And that's causing the heroin epidemic in my country right now, in the United States. That's just ravaging different areas like Ohio and Massachusetts are just, I mean, terrible with heroin now. You know, it's like there was a crack epidemic in the 1980s, right? Early 1990s. That's how things are now for these opiates. It's getting out of hand, you know, where it's just devastating the country. And so either way, I had tried this drug, and you know, I think that a lot of this maybe stems from childhood. When you find a drug and you lean into it so hard, I think that you're missing something, right? Like something in you have a gap and a hole that you're trying to fill within yourself, right?
Sure.
And you use that drug to fill that for you. So the next day I was like, man, I love those things. And I didn't understand the danger and the path that I was going down, you know? Yeah. And I said, hey, the next time you find those, let me know. I'm trying to get some. I really like that. So about a week or two later, he calls me up and he says, hey, this dude he got like 20 of these Percocet 30 milligrams. And he said, you know, if you want to buy some, you're welcome to buy some. So I was like, okay. I went and got 10 of them. I got 10. I was like, I just want a supply.
How much does that stuff cost, out of curiosity?
Okay, so it's $30 a pill. So expensive. It's $300 for 10 of them. They're very expensive.
And is it illegal to have it if you don't have the prescription?
Yes. Yes, illegal. It's very illegal. Very illegal. It's a Schedule II substance, so it's pretty much as illegal as it gets. So I got 10 of them, all right? Yeah. And what would happen was I was planning on, maybe I'll sell a few of them, maybe I'll keep them for, you know, safe use. What happened was, and this is obviously what happens if you understand these drugs, is I would take a little bit, right? And then the next day I would take a little bit, and the next day I would take a little bit. And then now I'm taking it every single day, right? I would take it before I went to school. I would take it, you know, because it puts you like you're on a cloud. That's how you feel, right? You feel like you're just walking on a cloud. But what it's doing to your brain, and people don't really understand this unless you've gone through this, but it's warping your brain. It's poisoning your brain. And what it's doing is it's creating such a strong physical addiction that you can't exist as a human being now without having the substance. So I ended up taking all 10 of them, right? Over the next like 2 weeks or so. I took all 10.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't really thinking much of it. And I was like, okay, you know, whatever. I ran out of them. Let me just do my thing now, live my normal life. And the next day, I'm hanging out and I start to feel this terrible, terrible feeling, right? And it starts first in your mind. You start to feel depressed. Your body starts to ache. You know, you start to feel sick, like your nose will run, your bowels will run, everything just starts to feel haywire in your body. Sure. Your body is just telling you, your body does everything that it can to make you feel uncomfortable, to try to get those that opiate back.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because when you're using the drug, your body stops making the serotonin and the endorphins that it would regularly make to keep you comfortable and to keep you alive and feeling good and being able to stand pain and not feel sick. And then when you don't have it, your mind, like I said, it goes completely haywire. Like the worst depression you'll ever feel in your life, the worst pains and aches you'll ever feel in your life. So I'm rolling around in my bed feeling awful, and I can't even understand why. I at this point can't even piece together the fact that now I'm addicted to opiates.
Yeah.
But that is what happened, right? I was very addicted. So I was thinking in my mind, oh, I'm sick. You know, the next day goes by. I'm like, oh man, I wish I had one of those pills, you know, because I'm feeling sick.
Sure.
So this starts me on this long trend of using these prescription medications. Okay. And I had been using them all throughout high school whenever I could find them. When I didn't have them, I would be sick. I'd be in my bed sick, not able to do anything. Right. And I stopped going to school a lot of the times when I couldn't find them. And I started to be, I had the second most write-ups in my school, disciplinary write-ups, because
Sure.
of the fact that I wasn't coming to school. Right. But,
Yeah.
you know, you chalk it up to me being a senior or whatever. They didn't really care that much. You know, I got through, I graduated. And then that summer, you know, I'm using these prescription painkillers whenever I can. You know, there's hydrocodones and oxycodone and whatever I can find, right? And they're hard to find. It's not like they're just all over the place. People are trying to sell them to you. You know, it's a niche. You know, it's a community that use these things.
Sure.
And I ended up, you know, using them for so long that now I was seriously addicted. And I had to now move off to go to college, right?
Yeah.
So I wasn't going to know where to find these things when I went to college. So I was like, okay, I'm going to finally quit these things now, and I'm going to move on to my life in college.
Yeah.
So I move off to college at the end of the summer, and you know, I'm living in now Wilmington, North Carolina, and I run into an old friend from the beach, and you know, lo and behold, he has Percocets, right?
Yeah.
So I make that one bad decision to restart this whole thing, because I had to go through awful withdrawals when I had gotten to Wilmington. And for people who don't know withdrawals, I mean, it's like I was saying before, it's imagine the worst flu you ever had in your life. And I legit mean times that by 4, times that by 5, right? And I really mean that. That's how intense and how bad this is.
Like you have fever and all types of stuff, shivers.
I mean, you feel like your bones are breaking. You're shivering. You're hot. You're cold. I mean, I really mean you feel like your bones are breaking. You know, and on top of that, you have depression. I mean, you feel like you're dying. You feel like your life is over. That's honestly how you feel. I put it this way: when you go through a withdrawal like that, you're never the same. You're a little part of you is never the same after going through something like that, because it takes about a week to even feel normal at all. I mean, imagine going through that for a week, not being able to sleep. I would be staring at my ceiling for hours at night. You know, I mean, it's awful.
And what's going on through your head when you're thinking about that? Like you're just staring at the ceiling. What are you thinking about?
I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking that I've made a terrible mistake in my life. Am I ever going to be able to fix this? Am I ever going to be able to feel normal again?
But then you take another pill after that.
Well, at this time I had moved to Wilmington, so I'm in college now, and I don't know where to find it. But I meet that kid, and he's always been kind of a shady character, but he has these Percocets, right?
Sure.
And so I start back on this cycle. And that's the worst part about it, is when you're trying to get off of these drugs, like I was saying before, it warps your mind. It really does. It warps your mind. You know, it makes it so you're not happy for such a long time after. Even if you're not withdrawing, they have what's called post-acute withdrawal. And that basically means that for the next 6 months, even some people say a year after you use these opiates, you're not going to be back at a normal level of serotonin. You're not going to be feeling your best, right? Like, I remember I would be trying to watch a movie or do something simple like that, and you're not satisfied. You know, you're not having a good time when you're trying to, you know, live your normal life, because you're, you know, serotonin and dopamine and endorphins are all, you know, messed up from this opiate use. And either way, and then, you know, it's a time bomb, because you're trying to go back to living a normal life, but you don't feel the best. And then every single day you have to wake up and you have to say, I need to not use today. I need to not use today. I need to not use today, because any day can get you, you know, and then you'll restart that whole process back over. Like you could go for 2 months and not do
Yeah.
anything, go through all the withdrawals, and then 2 months later you know screw up and you use again, and now you're gonna have to restart this whole cycle. And you know, so I started using in Wilmington, right? And I was using heavy now. I was spending all my money on this stuff. My tolerance was going up, so you're using more and more, and it's expensive, right? The pills are very, very expensive. So I
So
was
that's what I was
starting to get in
wondering. How
terrible
did
fights with my
you fund that?
girlfriend.
How did you fund that?
Well, I had saved up money from working all summer, right?
But
And
I'm
I
saying
had
during
saved up
school.
about $10,000, $12,000. Yes, and I had even been working a little bit in the spring, you know, waiting tables and saving up all this money. So I'm now eating into all my savings, right? I remember that October, I ended up spending $10,000 on drugs. $10,000, really, and that's how.
That's
I mean, I killed my money, but that's what happens to people. You know, people don't realize how, you know, your tolerance goes up, and you keep spending more, and that becomes what your entire life is about, is just finding that drug. You know, when you see a homeless person on the street, a lot of people don't realize this. You know, maybe it's mental illness. Yes, that's a possibility, but 9 times out of 10, these people are drug addicts, and they've made the decision to sacrifice their shelter, sacrifice their family, sacrifice the things that, you know, normal people find meaningful, because that drug has taken over their entire life. And every dollar that they get, they can't afford to spend that on house. They can't afford to spend that on rent or a car payment. They're going to be spending that on their next hit. So either way, I am using these drugs, these pills in Wilmington, and then I made the worst decision I've ever made in my life. I had broken up with my girlfriend that day. I'd come home. She was a drug addict as well. She you know, was someone who used Xanax, and you know, it was also going through a really hard time. But we were fighting, you know, going through all this crazy stuff. I was using drugs.
Did she know?
And what was it?
Did she know you're using drugs?
Yes, she did. She did. She knew I was using drugs, and you know, she was dealing with her own addiction herself. So
Of drugs?
yes, she was a Xanax user, right? So that's what was her drug of choice. You know, she was using Xanax all the time, and I was, you know, messed up on these Percocets. It was a very unhealthy, dysfunctional relationship. And you know, we had just gotten to college. We're young. It's sad, you know. I think about this now, and I'm just like, God, it's so sad. But either way, I am getting in fights with her. And one day I come home and her parents are at the apartment, and they're asking me to sign myself off the lease and to leave the house, right? And to pack up my things and leave. So we get into this massive fight there, and I end up, you know, leaving. I, you know, cuss her parents out. I go over to stay with that kid who I was my little drug buddy, you know what I mean? And I go to stay with him, and we can't find any Percocets, right? We can't find them anywhere. For the next 2 days, I can't find Percocets, so I'm withdrawing. Now, this kid, and he had some girls that he was friends with, right? They would always be hanging out at the house. I always found it very strange because I knew that they were, you know, I knew that they used drugs, right? But every time I would be, you know, taking a pill or something, they would be very uninterested in the pills, right? They're very uninterested. And they would always be going to the bathroom with each other, okay? So I started to catch on to this. And I'm like, dude, why are you guys always in the bathroom together? Like, what are you guys doing in there, you know? And it turns out that what they were doing is injecting heroin, right? Yeah, that's what they were doing in there. So
did they look like heroin addicts?
Yeah, they were heroin addicts.
But did they look like it? Like, is there a way to identify this? Or did they look like a normal young adult?
They looked kind of normal, but I'll tell you, you know, people get track marks on their arm. It's a disgusting habit. You know?
Yeah.
You get these track marks all over your arm from sticking that, you know? I mean, it's vile, but yeah, you could kind of tell that they, you look run down, you look, you're a dope head, you know what I mean? You talk slow, you're always, you're nodding off every, whatnot. So I ended up snorting some of their heroin because I couldn't get my other pills. I'm going through a terrible time in my life. And I think that the smart thing to do at the time is, oh, well, this is cheap. It's the same thing. And that really is what I learned. A lot of people don't realize this, but these prescription painkillers are the exact same thing as heroin. There is no difference between them. There is no difference between
like
them.
in a feeling wise, or
in feeling, yeah, absolutely. In feeling, in it's the exact same thing. It's opiates. That's what I realized. What blew my mind about these prescription pain pills is they really are the same thing as heroin. They get the addictions pretty much the exact same. It's not, but the thing about it is, these people would use IV use, and they would do it. And that leads you to a whole nother level, because the addictive property, like when you take a pill, something that decides how addictive something is for your system and the way that your brain works, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you are taking a pill and it takes 45 minutes for something to kick in, that's not going to be as addictive as something where, say, you smoke something and then you immediately get that feeling, or you were to inject something and you immediately get that feeling.
Yeah.
That's much more addictive for your mind, the way that your brain chemistry works.
Yeah.
Yes, it's much more addictive than a pill, right? Because it instantly changes your mindset. It instantly, you get those euphoric feelings. So it's very addictive because you know that there's this quick fix. You're having a bad day, you're tired, you're sick, you're whatever it is, you immediately can just bam, fix it. So the next couple years, I had gone down this terrible path of drug use. I mean, I had started, using heroin myself, and I pretty much gave up. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck.
And I know. And that's why I say, that may surprise people to know that, but I'm comfortable telling that story. I'm going to be honest about it because, the thing about it is, everybody has these addictions in their lives, and we all don't want to think that, we're like those people. I'm different than, these people who are using heroin, or I'm different than, these people who are using meth, right? It can be whatever it is, right? But the problem is, you have pain, right? You have this hole inside of you, and you try to fill it with things.
Sure.
And once you this is what I try to explain to people. The real decision that I made that was all wrong in the first place was to use that drug the first time when my friend asked me, hey, you want a Percocet, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what led me to that decision to use heroin, because now I'm in this cycle and I'm sick, and I can't live normally. And, heroin is cheap. It's, much more available. And that's what happens to people. That's why so many people are struggling with that right now, is because they start off, with these pain medicines that their doctor prescribes them. And then if they can't get that medicine anymore, they move on to heroin. And that is probably the cause for most people who use heroin, is that right there. So I had gone down this terrible path of using, and, I had been homeless for a little bit. I was living in my car because I didn't want to go home. I was ashamed to go home and look like that. I had these marks all over my body, and, I would hang out with other users who that's what they did. And it's a very weird little subculture, it's like,
is
this
it like
underbelly.
Is it like the movie Train Spotting?
Yeah, it is. Those movies, they
hit the nail on the head.
They do a pretty good job. Like, Train Spotting's a little bit hyperbolic, some of the stuff in there. Yeah. But no, it absolutely is like that. You have this little group of people, and, that's what your whole life's about. You're riding around in cars, you're looking for shit, you're looking for money, you'll steal from people. I luckily had always held on to my values, you know, for one, and I've always been a believer in a higher power. You know, I believe in God, and that's always really helped me to not lose myself completely to that drug, right? Like I never would steal. I never would steal, you know, like I'm not talking about from a store. I mean, like I would never steal from like a friend. You know what I mean? I would never steal from like my parents or something like that. But a lot of people, you know, that is what they do. You know, they'll take everything from their family. They'll do, you know, because they're so scared to feel that pain of that withdrawal, you know?
Yeah.
And either way, so I was living in this terrible, terrible circumstances, and you know,
So
I'm
you're
homeless.
single, you're living in your car, and you're doing heroin.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have no job. I'm starting to run out of all my money too. You know, I don't really have any money. And you know, I go through these periods where I
You're
would
still going to
stop.
class?
No, dropped out of school, right?
Dropped
And
out of
I,
school.
and I barely even went to school because I met that kid. And then once I started using the drugs, school was, I didn't care about school anymore, you know, because that's what it does to you. So I started to try to, you know, I would always, this is the thing that's so evil about, you know, opiates in general, is the physical addiction is so strong. And when I say physical addiction, like, you know, people who like to smoke weed, that's a mental addiction, right? Like if you choose to stop smoking weed, you know, you may feel like you can't really eat the best. Maybe that's a little physical addiction, but it's mainly a mental thing, right? It's not like your body is going to start breaking down and freaking out, you know?
Sure.
The thing about the opiates is, even if when you make the physical or the mental decision and you say, look at my life right now, I'm homeless, I'm, you know, living in my car, I'm, you know, lonely. The physical addiction is what's so hard to break, you know, because you can mentally want to stop and you don't even want to do it anymore. You know, you really don't. You're like, I give up. I don't want that feeling. You know, I want to be normal now. But to get through those weeks and those months of feeling so terribly, that's what's so hard for people, you know? And it's like this thing that's always behind them, you know, it's always on their back. Like they always have that lurking behind them like a shadow, you know, that will creep up on you. You know, if you don't have those drugs, you know, that you need, you'll end up just being this terrible pain. It's like it comes for you, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And so I went through these periods where I always wanted to quit. That's my thing, you know. Like when I started to be addicted to these
Why did
drugs,
you want to quit?
because the difference between people who are able to quit and the people who aren't able to quit is the belief that you're not, so that's not what your life is supposed to be about, right? Some people, like I was saying before, they lose themselves to that drug, and they'll, like a homeless person who you see as a drug addict,
Sure.
that's the all the way to the end of the spectrum when they've decided, I do not care about anything else in my life but using this drug, and I'm willing to give up everything for this drug, you know? And they give themselves up to it. You see, for me, I never had that. I always said, I need to be able to beat this. I need to beat it. And I kept prolonging it, right? And you know, but I always believed that I was meant for something more than that, right? And I really do root that back to, you know, my belief in a higher power. And you know, because I believe that there's an objective difference between wrong and right and good and evil. I really believe that. You know, we can get into that a little bit later, but I think that there is a good and there is an evil, and I think that, you know, those drugs are the most they're the most, you know, like I said before, cunning enemy of human life. They really are the embodiment of evil on earth. And once you have that type of experience with them and you see where they lead you, that's why do you notice a lot of former drug addicts are they become very into Christianity or religion? You know, you ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's because when you're at your rock bottom like that, and everything else melts away, you know, and you're not, you know, in this curated environment that you curate for yourself, and you can't be comfortable, and you have to just face harsh reality, you know, and it's just you and reality and these terrible feelings, and that's all you're worried about, you know, you realize something about being a human being, right? And you realize, you dig in yourself, and you really find something, you know, or you don't, you know, or you give up your life to it.
Yeah.
But when you go to an NA program, people who that's what helped me really kick those habits, right? And get off drugs. NA.
Which one? Because I know AA.
So that's Narcotics Anonymous, right?
Oh, okay, Narcotics Anonymous.
So Narcotics Anonymous. So it's the same thing as AA. Like you could go to an AA meeting and get the same thing. You know, it's a 12-step program, right? And a lot of people criticize 12-step programs. But the thing about them is they work, you know, like you see people in 12-step programs, and the people who come there and keep going and actually follow that program, those are the people who are able to kick these drugs.
Why do they get criticized? And maybe correct me, maybe this one you can answer right away.
Okay.
When you're part of those AA groups or an NA group, is part of the program that you're supposed to stay there and help others, or is that not part of the thing? Or did I misunderstand?
It is part of the program. It is part of the program, yes. But the thing about it is, you're not so I want to explain kind of the way the program works, and I want to get into like the criticisms people have on it.
Sure.
So the way it works is, you know, they have these steps, and these steps are not just used to kick like a drug addiction or an alcohol addiction. I mean, these are the steps to kick any addiction, right? They always say this, the first step is to admit that you have a problem, right? Yeah. And that's true about anything. And something that you'll see with a lot of people is they're never going to be able to begin the process of change until they admit that this is hurting their lives, right?
Yeah.
It's like I was telling you before, I always knew that this was a problem. This wasn't okay. I'm not just going to give my life to this. This is not what my life is meant to be, right? I'm not just going to be some heroin addict on the street. I always knew that, right? But a lot of people don't understand that. You know, it will blow your mind when you listen to these people talk, because they'll be like, no, I don't want to quit. I'm fine. I'm good. I like to do this. This is what I like to do, you know? And then they need more and more in their lives, start to spiral out of control. They can't keep a job, you know, but they won't admit to themselves, like, you have a problem. This is not good. This is not okay. So that's the first step. And then as you go down the steps, it tells you to do things like make an inventory of your, like a mental inventory, like, like, you know, it says, you know, go and apologize for all the things that, you know, make you hold guilt inside of you, right? They say, you know, so this is okay. And as you go through the different steps, the very last step is to help somebody else, right? You're supposed to go and help another person
through the process,
through it, because that's what keeps you engaged, right? It's not just about that other person that you're helping. It's also about you, because that's what helping other people is what keeps you on top of your game and what helps you hold back that demon, you know? So this is where you find a lot of criticism for this program is the step that says you have to surrender to your higher power, right? And
that's like a religious aspect.
Right. It's a religious aspect, but at the same time, it's not, right? Sure. Because this is where a lot of people have problems, because people who are secular, non-religious people, they say, well, I'm not religious. And it makes them very like, they're like, oh, I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean surrender to a higher power? They think immediately like that has to be God, right?
Yeah.
But I've met a lot of people in the program that have a higher power that is not God, right? Like some people believe that nature is their higher power, right? Or the universe, or, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And, you know, for a lot of people, the higher power it's not even a religious thing. Even if it's a God thing, it's not a religious thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll tell you one separating factor that I've seen for everyone who's able to overcome their addictions and people who aren't is that higher power. And I know that sounds, you know, maybe like an exaggeration.
Sure.
I am not exaggerating at all. No matter what it is, if you do not, because here's the thing.
Like they need to believe in something greater than
themselves.
than the current situation. Like that
Right,
there's
exactly.
that there's light at the end of the tunnel type of thing.
There's light at the end of exactly. That's what it comes down to, because these people who think that they're just going to do everything themselves and they're going to
Yeah.
be in control, you're here because you were not able to control yourself, right? And
Sure.
you can't do it alone, right? And that's what will blow my mind is when I'll go to these meetings, okay? I'll go to these NA meetings, right?
Yeah.
And time after time, I've been in California to meetings, I've been in, Maryland to meetings, I've been all over the country to these meetings, right?
Why?
They're all over the place. And the one thing that I notice about the people because at the beginning they'll say, who has a year clean? People will raise their hands. Who has 2 years clean? And they'll go all the way up and they'll say, who has 10 or more years clean? And there's these, people, there's a few people in there that are like, I've been clean for years and years and years, right? And what's similar about all these people who have success is they all have that higher power. And it amazes me because no matter where I go, I hear a very similar story. And I want to tell you the story. So it's these people who either they were raised religious or they were completely not raised religious, right? And then they always abandon religion, right? They not only a religion, I hate to say religion. They abandon God, right? They abandon that idea of God. They start to look at the world as, materialistic, right?
Sure.
And so they always abandon that. Okay. And then they go on to this drug use, their values aren't aligned. They don't really know what they want out of life, so they're seeking, short-term satisfaction and pleasure, right? Like they go seeking, just these quick hits of happiness, right?
Sure.
And like, it's basically like hedonism, right? I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, if you go through your life and you think all it's about is just seeking the next, little tiny pleasures and satisfactions, without trying to find meaning, and I want to get into that a little bit later, then, that's what leads these people to this drug use, right? Because that's the ultimate that's the ultimate short-term satisfaction is, a hit of heroin, right? So the similarity between all these stories is these people who are able to quit, and I've seen almost every time these grown men will start breaking down into tears, right? And they'll say, I don't know what it is. I don't know, I can't tell you the logic or the reason behind this, but they say that my relationship with my higher power is what got me out of this. And they'll say that I have that relationship every single day. And most of them do what's called a morning meditation.
Sure.
And that is when they, connect with their higher power and they dwell in these things and they try to connect there, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's magic, I don't think that this is like something that
that's impossible.
Right. I don't think it's something that is like impossible. I think that, and I would like to maybe in a little bit we could get into the idea. I feel like you would probably be, it's very interesting. So I'm not the most orthodox, like religious person,
Sure.
And I have very eccentric ideas about what I think that God is and the foundations of the universe and, how that relates to us in our lives. But if you'd like to get into that later, but, these people all have that in common, right? They all have this higher power, and it's what makes them, like you said, have a light at the end of the tunnel. So either way, I, was in that program, and not only did I have success in the program, but I also started to take my health a lot more seriously. I started to replace those, drugs with endorphins from running, right? Or going out and lifting weights and doing physical things, right?
Sure.
And my values started to change, right? I started to value different things, right? And I started to learn more about, my religion, yes, right? Which, definitely helped shape my values 100%. But also, I started to be more deliberate about what I wanted to be in life.
Sure.
One of the best piece of advice that I've ever heard was, don't let life sweep you away. Make a plan for your life, have structure for your life, set goals, know what you want to be, and don't just let life happen to you. You know what I'm saying? Be deliberate. And I started to do that more, and I started to look at myself and started to look, what am I passionate about? And that is what took me out of the drug use. I started to, just do other things that made me happy, and I started to value other things. And I started to, trust in a higher power, and started to trust in the idea that there's creation and there's destruction, right? In the universe. I mean, objectively, you even can look at, like, there's antimatter, right? There's matter, there's antimatter. There's dark energy, there's the energy that we operate with, right? At the beginning of the universe, during the Big Bang, theoretically, what should have happened is, just as Isaac Newton says that every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Sure.
Those two energies, right, should have canceled each other out, right? It's imagine if you were on a flat plane and you were to dig a hole, all right? No matter how far down you dig, there's going to be a pile of sand behind you from the hole that's just as large as that hole, right?
Yeah.
And it all balances out. So that's actually one of the great mysteries of the universe, is why the universe was able, even conceptually, to exist in the form that it does, and why we were able to have mass, and why we're able to have energy and photons, and the quantum physics that brought the universe that we think of today about, right? And I believe that there's a dualism, right? There's a two-sided spectrum, right? There's dualism in the universe, and I think that at the fundamental level, when you boil it down, I believe that it comes to creation and it comes to destruction, right? And I believe that life is the ultimate form of existence, right? It's better, more aptly described would be existence versus non-existence, right? And I think that life is the ultimate form of existence, right? I think that if you look at what life is, it self-replicates. It understands its own existence, right? It has consciousness. And to me, that's an amazing thing if you look at how barren the universe is, right? But even when you look at the universe, you think of a planet and the beautiful matter, right? And the mass and the energy that exists within our universe, right? It doesn't have to be like that. And I want to actually ask you a question, Charles. So people in our modern times, many people consider themselves, scientific materialist, right? Where they believe that, I guess I would describe it as somebody like Sam Harris, right? A lot of these people call themselves, maybe atheists, or,
Sure.
And it's these people who look at the world in these very, very concrete terms, right? So they only accept what human beings are able to, measure and quantify. And above that, because I'm okay with that, I have no problem with accepting what we can measure and quantify. But above that, they intellectually, I believe, put themselves in a big box. All right. And I kind of wanted to explain this, right? So we have this universe that we exist in. Okay. We all exist, right? The universe exists. It comes from this thing that we call a Big Bang, right? So why existence? I ponder this all the time, and I think about this, and I go very deep into this. Why does anything exist to begin with? This is a very old question, but
Sure.
Why would everything not exist? I feel like the default when it comes to existence would be not existence, right? Because for something to exist, there has to be cause and effect, right? Like, that's so fundamental to the essence of existence that we can't even decouple those two things, right? Like cause and effect. So if we exist, there has to be a cause to it. So I feel like the default position for existence would be non-existence, right? Like,
Sure.
because there's no original there's no original domino to fall to create existence, because what created that domino, right?
Yeah.
And this brings me to the idea, and there's a old famous philosopher, all right, and his name was Thomas Aquinas, and he was a Christian monk, actually. But Thomas Aquinas proposed this back in the 16th century, so this is the 1500s.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, the reason why we have a universe and things exist in the first place is because there's what's called the unmoved mover. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I don't care if you believe that that's, like, a lot of people are think, oh, well, what is that, God? It doesn't necessarily have to be a Christian idea of God, right? But
Yeah.
we all, if you are a logical human being, you have to believe in the unmoved mover, right?
Sure.
Because without the unmoved mover, then there is no existence. So this is what I question to people. When you have like a Richard Dawkins, or you have like a Sam Harris, or you have these people, and they say, oh, well, we have things all figured out, we have our quantum physics and, our cosmology and all these things. And it's like, I'm not trying to play this like God of the gaps. It's like what we don't understand, we just attribute to God. But at the same time, I think logically speaking, if we have this finely tuned universe in which we live, right, and we have this existence in relation to non-existence, then I think that there's something going on here that is purposeful. I really do believe that. I think that there is a purpose, and I think that there is objective. Morality is a very shoddy term, but I think that there is an objective there's an objective duality that exists in the universe between creation and destruction, positive and negative, what we call good and evil. And I think that human beings, because we evolved on this planet, and we evolved in this universe, and our brains evolved under these conditions of this universe, I think that we've tapped into that understanding, that morality with our consciousness. I think that we understand that, right? And I think that that is the foundation of morals, is that understanding between, creation and destruction, and understanding that we are products of creation, right? We're products of existence, right? We don't destroy, we create. Okay. So that's when people talk about doing God's will, when they talk about, people are like, oh, you do God's will. You see, when I think about God, I don't think about a man who's, with a beard, who's up in the clouds, who's, like messing with things. No, I think about something that we can't even really comprehend. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And all that I can say about, what I believe in God, and I want you to really think about this word, not in a human sense, but just think about the etymology of this word. Understand. That's the word, quote unquote, understand. Now, what does it mean to understand something, right? Like, we understand that from a human perspective, like, we understand things, right?
Yeah.
But think about that in a non-human perspective, right? Like in an omnipotent perspective. What does it mean to understand, right? I think that whatever God is, whatever this unmoved mover is, whatever this, thing that sparked, existence instead of non-existence, I think that whatever it is, I think that it's I want to say logical, but that's not really the best word. It understands. It has reason. Do you understand what I mean by that? It's like, it's something that's sensible, and it's something that is deliberate. And I don't think that it's just something that spews random existence into creation. I'll explain why, but did you have anything to say about that?
Well, you said a lot between when you said you were going to ask a question and
yes.
And what I'm sort of getting, and it's interesting that you mentioned Thomas, because I was actually just reading something, and it's about philosophy, and he was sort of one of the topics of like a sort of philosophy way, which is like talking about the meeting of objections. This is like a philosophical style, and basically this Thomas guy, yeah, like you mentioned, he was a religious individual.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing the book he wrote is the Summa Theologica.
Yes.
Yep. I haven't read it myself, but basically what they're saying is that it's I completely butchered that word, by the way. I don't know
Oh
why.
no, I just am laughing because I'm like, I'm sure that nor you or I could read that book unless it was like translated very nicely to English and stuff. Like,
yeah, but so in any case, this book, it seems like the essence of it was the spirit of debate and discussion.
okay,
Right.
yes, right,
So with what you're sort of saying about creation, destruction, everything, sort of finding what is understanding. Like for us right now, understanding is it's our own sort of definition, right? It's shaped in our own how we see understanding.
Right.
But with that being said, I think with all of this that you've been saying is that whether it's like with the religion in the AA or the NA meetings, or with these questions that you're having right now, I think it's sort of like surrender. What you were using is also another word for maybe openness,
Right.
which also can equal to trusting in the process. And with something coming out of nothing, we see that happening all the time, right? Like there's nothing right now. I snap my fingers, there's a sound, right? Where did that come from? It came out of.
It did come from something, though.
Yes, but though it's like that something was created by the snapping of these two fingers, which in a way like could mean that there was nothing there originally, and now sure there's two fingers here and I snapped them and it made a sound. But the point is with that is like you can create whatever you want out of nothing, how I see it. And it's like there's a thing that is like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So if people believe one thing or another, that thing can maybe materialize.
You're right. Okay, right.
And it's like in the end, what is reality?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Exactly.
So what is reality? And then it's like, the only thing you base reality on is what you're thinking, what is not reality. What is okay? You're basing it on what is not okay.
Right.
Yeah. What is right? You're basing it on what's
it's
wrong.
Relative.
Right? Exactly.
It's relative, yes.
So things can, in a way, come out of anything. And just like in this reality that we're sort of experiencing, if I bring a chessboard, you understand the rules and how that game works, or you could learn it, right? And with life, there's rules and there's a game being played, and the game has specific rules, specific do's and don'ts, and you sort of play it. And this life that we know right now could have been a completely different life, just like lions play a different game, right? Or tigers, or in the nature, in the jungle. And there's different rules for different games. When you're in space, even though I haven't been there, but from what we understand, there's no oxygen, right? So there's no air to breathe. So it's a different game up there. And that's how I sort of see all of this, is that in the end, it's all a game. And there's nothing to be mad or sad about, because it's very neutral.
Right.
The game doesn't care.
Okay.
You either play it or you don't play it.
Right. It's not like somebody's going to come save you from the game.
Exactly. You have to save yourself in this sense.
You have to save yourself. Yeah.
And I know it's a little bit off of it's sort of like a little bit to the side of what you're saying, but because you're saying about like how these people usually related to a higher power, and how we sort of said that the light at the end of the tunnel is what sort of helps people. But I sort of see it more that people start understanding like that things don't have to be one way or another. They can be whatever you want it to be. Okay. And that's why also I understand that there's like people that have addictions to drugs, people that have addictions to alcohol, or people that just have like weird ways of thinking and doing things that might be harmful. But in the end, it's up to the person. Like, nothing dictates, like, I don't have to drink from this bottle. It's me who's doing it.
Right.
And even though someone says, I want to stop this, or maybe they say, I don't want to stop this, it is what it is. And then the game will sort of play itself out, like, because there's some things that are illegal that you can't do.
Yeah.
And then you get
Right.
locked up.
Mm.
There's,
It is.
or you jump off a building and you die because you can't survive a 70-foot fall.
Right.
So,
it's all laws. It's all laws.
like,
Right?
there's laws, and whether you want to believe in them or not, some of them are there.
Yeah.
Some of them, sometimes people measure things too quick, in the sense that they get away with something once and they think like, oh, I can get away with that.
Right.
And maybe some people go a whole lifetime getting away with it.
Yeah.
And then they just die, and then it is what it is. And then someone, though, bases their philosophy off of that person. Like, he never got caught, so I'll never get caught, or I'll never die. Because you see that all the time. Like, there's those odd, there's those guys that sort of, I don't know, beat the system or cheat death, like some of them might say. So it's really tricky. But I think for like the majority, like, we always look at those anomalies, and we always think like those anomalies, like, you relate more with those, like, oh, I'm special, so I'll be more like that guy than that person.
Yeah.
But we're actually all pretty average, and we're all pretty normal. So the normal laws and rules sort of apply to us. Absolutely. And when you find, like, in the basics is sort of where you can build a foundation to sort of thrive. Because if you don't have a foundation, then it's very hard to build anything on. And I think that's why, or if you don't even have an idea of where you want to go, then that's also just hard, because you don't know where you want to go. So you don't even know why you're doing anything. So you're like, why do anything at all? Right. And it's easy to get lost. But yeah, so I sort of went off a little bit onto the side of what you were saying, but it's like, whether the Big Bang happened or not, whether some people believe the earth is flat or not, whether the sun goes around us or we go around the sun, whatever you want to pick, right? Yeah. Whether this is a simulation, the bottom line is, it is what it is. Right. So yeah, like, because anything you believe, how do you actually know? You don't. Because I keep messing up the name. I think it's a Wittgenstein's ruler, which is basically, if I give you this, let's just imagine it's a ruler, and I say this is 1 feet. And now you start using this ruler and you start measuring everything, thinking this is 1 feet, but it's actually 3 inches. Or it's actually 25 inches, right? Yeah. But you think it's 12 because I told you it's 12. Okay. Like, you're going to live your whole life thinking this is 12, and you're going to be doing everything. And maybe it works out, but also maybe everything goes to shit, right? Right. So if you don't know if this is not right from the beginning, every calculation and measurement is going to be wrong after that.
But in the same sense, it's now going to be on a different unit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it might. Yeah. So in the how I said it there, like, if you think this is 12, but it's actually 3, hypothetically everything will still be right. Correct. But what I'm saying is, like, what if 12? What if it had to be 12? Yes. Right? And it's actually 3. Then everything's wrong. So, like, let's say, like, there is a law, and I gave you something, and I'm like, this is law, but it's actually not the right law, or it's the wrong thing. Now you start living your life according to that, and everything's just wrong after that. Right. So that's sort of the thing, is that we don't really know, because everything we think we know, someone else told us. So how do we know that this book or that blog article or that person is correct? Yes.
You really don't. You
You
really
really
don't.
don't. So obviously you can't live your life not just believing everything's wrong, and you have this and you're like, is this a spoon or is this not a spoon? Is there even a spoon? Okay, if you live your life like that, it's gonna be a long life, because you're probably not even gonna make out the front door, because you're gonna be touching the
Yeah.
door handle, be like, is this even a
Mm.
door handle? So you need to trust in some things. And
You
that's sort of
do,
what
right.
it's leading to, which is like you got to trust in the process and sort of like accept certain things, which is sort of like surrendering,
Yes.
which is sort of like
Yes.
being open.
Okay,
And
yes.
people nowadays in general, uh, they think everything is different, but in the reality it's all sort of the same,
Mm.
you know, and
No,
it's
yes.
just a different mix of the same thing that
Mm.
creates a new outcome.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
and yeah, like what you mentioned, like life self-replicates, I think you said that. And yeah, there's like a thing of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we
Yeah.
see that nowadays, you know, if everyone says one thing, then everyone's just jumps onto the bandwagon,
Mm.
because now people don't
Yes.
take a minute to sort of think about something. When's the last time you asked someone something and they're like, hey, give me like a day to think about it?
Yeah,
No, they just spit
right.
out an
No.
answer,
Yeah, that's the truth.
or they just make a decision right then and there. But it's like sometimes some things take time. And what if something took
Mm.
2 years to think about,
Right, to think about.
or
Absolutely.
10 years,
Yeah.
or 85 years? We don't
Yeah.
like, but no, we want it today. We want it now.
Right.
And it has to be. So, with all
Well,
that being said, it's just like sort of to answer what you're sort of saying is like the reality is, we, at least for myself, I don't know anything for certain,
yeah.
but I also have, in a way, I'm going to use this word, I have faith that some things are the
Right.
way they are. Like I have a feeling that if I use this pen, it's not actually a ticking time bomb that's going to engage and blow
Yes.
my hand up when I use it.
Right. And it is a leap of faith. Like you're saying before, a lot of things that you like certain it's like, there's certain things that, we can be pretty sure about. But when it comes to your overall maybe worldview or your perspective on existence, like you're saying, it's always going to come down to a leap of faith, right? And
Sure.
a good example of that was, Richard Dawkins, the probably most famous atheist that is alive today. He went on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I was watching it, and Joe Rogan asked him a question, and he was like, so you don't believe in I think it was an afterlife. I think that's what he was asking about. He's like, so
Yeah.
what? You don't believe in an afterlife? And he says, no, no, no. And he says, well, like, do you just not know, or you don't believe in it? He says, I don't believe in anything like that. And then he says, well, how do you know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
it's interesting to me that these a lot of people who we consider smart take this this logical high ground, as
Sure.
if they know better than what's going on with reality. And what's funny about it is, they could be toiling into quantum physics and find so much about quantum physics, or find things about cosmology, right? And they could go so far with that. But just as you were saying before, everything's relative. Everything in the world of science is also relative, right? Because think about just space. Okay, think about space. I want you to think about like the idea of something being large and something being small in space, right?
Sure.
This really kind of blew my mind when I first thought of this. So if you're looking at space, okay, we have certain laws, okay, that apply to our relational space. Like me and you are, as human beings, we're, 6 foot, whatever, right? And
Sure.
and everything around us, buildings are 200 feet, and we live in a certain chunk of that space, right, where we operate.
Yeah.
Then you can go to, a super large scale, like you're talking about the universe, and then things operate differently on a universal level, right? There's not,
Yeah.
like necessarily like life forms that are the size of planets walking around, right? Because everything has a certain planets form when you get to large, galaxies form when you get to large spaces like that.
Sure.
Even more apt of an example is when you go small, right? When we can keep going smaller and smaller into space. And when you get to the realm of quantum physics, our physics don't even make sense anymore. Like gravity does not apply, right? The things that we take for granted and are so fundamental to our physics around us, they don't apply when you get to such a small, infinitesimally small spot, right? But really, if you think about it, what stops you from going smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller into space? It really never ends. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, even when we're talking about a big bang, like they talk about, everything came from the head of a pin,
Sure.
right? Like something so small. But we really don't know
What if we
what
are on the head
is
of the pin
down
still?
that rabbit hole, right? We don't know what's down that rabbit hole. A great example of this is there's a particle in quantum physics. It's a very well-known particle, all right? And the particle will split and separate, all right? And it will go off into different directions, and it'll go the exact same direction oppositely, right? Just in mirror images of itself, right?
Yeah.
So it can spread out, insane amount of distance, okay? So it could go miles and miles away. And there's nothing that we know of that connects these particles. But if one of those particles, if we as human beings artificially spin one of those particles or change the direction of one of those particles, the other particle, no matter how far away or what is in between, will also change. All right. And it will change the direction and go whatever direction. They're connected somehow. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah. Sure.
This is very well known in the world, in the realm of quantum physics. And we don't understand that. We don't understand what's connecting these two particles. But in the same way, you look at Albert Einstein, right? And you think about E = mc squared. We found that space-time is not, like, space and time are not these two separate entities. They're intertwined, they're interconnected, so much to the point that you can actually warp time by going a certain amount of speed through space, right? So these laws of our universe are they're so obscure, and we really don't understand them at all. Yet people, anybody who tells you that they know what's going on doesn't know. I don't care if they're religious, if they're some scientific person. We as human beings are all asking the same questions. We really are at the end of the day. We might know more, material academic knowledge than another person, right? But really those questions, like why existence, I feel like is the root of all questions. Why existence,
Yeah.
And we really don't know the answers to that. But let me tell you this. This is something I find interesting. So, when I think of objective reality, okay, things that we can agree on and we understand,
Sure.
I think about math, right? I think math is something that is very peculiar in the universe. I call it sometimes the language of God is math, right? And the reason I do that is because human beings didn't invent math, right? We discovered math. Did you know that? And I had somebody push back on this the other day. They say, well, yes, did human beings invent numbers? Yeah, we invented numbers. We invented these
like
different concepts. Yes, it's like a language, right? But we discovered math. Like the actual math exists. Like when you like I gave a person a great example, and this is going to tie into my next point. So, you think about Newtonian physics, okay? Say you take an apple, the weight of that apple, its position in space, okay? The gravitational constant, right? That's pulling down on it, okay? And then if you were to launch that apple, okay? And you knew the exact force that the apple was being launched, you knew the gravitational constant that's pulling on it, you knew the wind, the numbers, right? You can tell exactly where that apple is going to land,
Sure,
right?
Sure.
You can predict things into the future, and you can give a language to existence, right? Through numbers, okay? Yeah. So we discovered that. That's not something that we always knew or we just made up, right? We discovered that you can do that, okay? Because there's a logical order that exists whether people want to believe that or not, there is a logical order that exists within the universe, and you see it within physics, right? Now, is it logical in the human sense of logic? I don't know. But this kind of ties in my next point.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but when I talk about that gravitational constant, okay, that's basically, do you know what the gravitational constant is? Are you aware of that?
The gravitational constant?
Yes, like in math.
Negative 9.8 meters per second
Oh,
squared.
good job. Okay, so awesome. So you know what it is, though. Okay, so there's two fundamental forces like that exist within the universe that we know of, right? At least in our understanding, okay?
Sure.
There's gravity that has the gravitational constant, right? And then there's electromagnetivity, okay? And there's a constant in electromagnetivity that's very similar to the gravitational constant. Now, all the gravitational constant is saying that if you look at the mass of two objects and then you look at the distance of the two objects, you can always have gravity is consistently applied, right, throughout the universe. Okay, that's how we're able to do math, right? It's like certain objects have certain gravity, right? We know the mass, and we know the distance, and we know that there's a number that describes gravity. It's basically like the consistent number of gravity. It's the consistent force of gravity, right? It's a constant. And then for electromagnetivity, a lot of people don't know what that really means. Electromagnetivity is the force that exists between negative and positive charges, right? Like when you're looking at an atom, the electrons have a negative charge, the protons have a positive charge, right? So that same rule applies. There's a certain constant, right? Like a certain consistent force that exists between charges, right? Now, if you look at these constants, okay, and you look at the actual number, they're very, very fine numbers, right? Like it goes to many decimal points. I was about to look it up actually. So if you look at the gravitational constant, it's a pretty large number. Constant. Okay. So this is that number. Okay. I don't know if people can see that.
It's a big number.
It's a big number. Okay. So, put it like this. It's 6.67408 times 10 to the negative 11 power. Okay. So this is a very, very, very complex number, right? There's lots of decimal points here. Now, the relationship between those two forces, okay, they're very, very precise numbers, right? The relationship between those two numbers and the force that exists in the universe is what allows us to even have mass, okay? When you go to quantum physics, that's what allows mass to be able to form. It allows planets to be able to form. It allows atoms to be able to exist in the state that they do. If those numbers, okay, were changed by just, if you went to the last decimal point and changed one of those numbers, the entire universe would be a gloop and it could not even exist in the way that it exists. Now, Stephen Hawking talked about this in his book, A Brief History of Time. All right. And he said that it is nothing short of a miracle that our universe exists in the way that it exists. Okay. Through those numbers, the way that things exist are astronomically unlikely for them to exist in that form. Right.
Sure.
Now, some people explain this away. They'll say, we live in a multiverse, right? But the point that I'm making is we are incredibly, incredibly lucky to even have mass that exists in this universe, right? So this is the things that lead me to believe that there's something larger going on here, right? Like I believe that I said this at the beginning when I started talking about this, I believe that there is a right and a wrong. There's something that human beings are, by our own nature, meant to be doing. Like, you think about the Aristotelian idea of value, right? And he puts value is utility, which basically means that
Being
something's
useful.
valuable, yes, if it suits its purpose.
Yeah.
All right. And I think about that, and I'm like, I think that the purpose of human beings it's pretty simple. I think that, we are supposed to be a force of creation and preservation on the earth, right? We're supposed to procreate. We're supposed to also, endow our children with good values if possible, and give them good, and I believe that one day human beings, people, it's hard for people to picture this into the future, but I believe that one day human beings are going to be able to harness the energy of the sun. Okay. I think that human beings are going to be able to harness the energy of all stars. I think that if we don't kill each other first, and we can, have good values, that I don't think it's a coincidence that these values are written in, religious texts, in most religious texts, you know, if we can follow these values and we don't kill each other, one day I believe that, we are going to be able to, we can terraform planets, right? We can colonize this entire universe. And
Yeah.
I believe that we can not only end suffering, but I think that we can take existence to a level that we can't even, me and you sitting here can't even really imagine, right?
But to what point? Like, why? Why not just keep sitting down, watch Netflix,
Right.
and sip some Coca-Cola and
Yeah.
get the latest iPhone? Why not? Why
I ask
terraform
myself that same
planets?
question too.
Why harness the power of the sun?
Right. So I asked, that's a big question, right? So I asked myself that too. I said, why? What's the objective good in all that? Say human beings do, conquer an entire, universe, and we're expanding out throughout the entire universe. We're colonizing planets, we're terraforming, we're harnessing the sun. And at the end of the day, what it kind of comes back to for me?
Yeah.
It comes back to the same question of, why do we exist? Why does anything exist at all? Why existence and not non-existence, right? I think that whatever this God is, or whatever this higher power is, I think that it's purely driven by creation, right? It's purely driven by existence. It's purely driven by, like I was saying, creation, really, And I think that to do, when we think about, doing what we're supposed to be doing, or doing good, or doing, however you want to put it, God's will, or whatever it is, we're doing things in the force of creation, right? And like I said, I think life is the ultimate form of existence.
Yeah.
And I think that for whatever we can understand about this, I think that takes the entire universe, right? This creation, to another level of existence when it's covered in life. And when I said before that we might do something that me and you can't even comprehend here, like I talk about, terraforming planets and these things we can't even do now, but I really don't know what we're going to be capable of, like people talk about simulation theory. What if we're able to create, basically a simulation, quote unquote, but not in a computer, but what if we're able to create universes one day? You see what I'm saying? What if that's the origin of our universe? What if humans that had progressed, billions of years into the future are what created our universe? And that's the simulation. And that is that higher power, right? Is that
Yeah.
that code, I just think about these things, and
That's the thing, right? So you don't really know. And
yeah,
when these ideas, they sound grand, but then when you
yes,
come, let's say you go outside a shopping mall right now in the States, or you go into some parts of Africa or Asia or
right,
the Caribbean, and you start singing this gospel, like they might say, like saying
right,
the story of like, hey, this is what it's gonna look like. They'll be like, yeah, I don't want to do that. They're like,
mm,
sounds great, awesome, good luck, Jason, but I'm not gonna take part of it. So
right,
then what is how do you see that going? Because I would imagine, right, for a species like our own, the humans, to because it's interesting, like you make it also sound grand,
right,
like that we're a good thing, but also we are a good thing in one way, but we're also a bad thing in another.
yes,
because we're also a little bit like parasites. You know,
Can I
we're
say something really quick? The line, Alexander Solzhenitsyn said this. He said the line between good and evil cuts through the heart of every single human being, and that's true.
Yep.
You know,
And
we are, yes.
he wrote. Was that who wrote the Gulag Archipelago?
Archipelago, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a truth behind that, and that's the whole thing, right? It's like your idea, let's just say, is like maybe an idea that favors you, but then to the guy that just wants to chill and do nothing, it doesn't favor him, because he's like, yo, bro, I just want to, and let's go talk to a drug addict, right? Like a drug addict's like, man, I just wanted to get my next hit. So unless you're giving me that, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And
yes.
How do you, so now if you start trying to have to convince these people, like, hey, my way is the right way.
Yes.
You need to join me.
Right.
Now you become what you were trying to destroy in the first place, let's say. You know how people are like, they're, because once you, like right now, like these ideas are like rebellious, let's say, in a way, you know, they're more like barbaric. And that's why there's that book, The Barbarians to Bureaucrats. Eventually the barbarian becomes the bureaucrat.
Right. Absolutely.
And you try to protect your ideas, you try to protect your values, and anyone that goes against it, you're like, listen, we got to get rid of this dude because this dude's a problem.
Yes.
You know?
That's,
so
yes.
In this ecosystem that you're sort of describing, because, you know, we're like, people who might be listening might be like, wow, where is this sort of going? You know, how does this apply into today, right? That's why there's so many conflicts and a lot of challenge, because everyone has their ideas, and there's so many ways to view things, in the sense that, you know, we might think we're doing good when we build a city where there was no city before. We're like, oh, we're expanding. But then what about all those life forms that were there that got destroyed? Right? All the species and all this, and now they got displaced. So now they're like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I have no more home. I have no nothing. And we, us humans, were like cheering. We're like, yeah, we made it. We got a new city. We've expanded. So we're a bit like parasites, right? Because we're trying to reproduce. We're trying to continue to dominate.
Yeah.
We want to, like you even said, you're like, we want to harness the universe.
Right.
We want to become the masters. And we're doing all of this in an idea because of this higher power.
Yeah.
And it's like a bird that you're chopping down its tree is like, yo, bro, like, really digging your ideas and stuff, but you're killing my home.
Yes. So I want to say something, okay? Because I'm surprised I left this out, because this is a big part of this philosophy.
This is what wraps it all up. Let's hear it.
So here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. What is the end of all conflict, at least? I wanted to say suffering, but let me at least just start with, what is the end of all conflict? Really think about that. What would end all wars?
I almost believe that it's like, in a way, that it's like a trick question, because it's almost like impossible in a way.
Right.
Because there's no ideal solution for, you know, like when you negotiate and you make a like, in the end, just because you won something doesn't mean everyone wins. And so when you're talking about a war, like, how do you end all wars, or how do you end all conflicts? It's tricky, because for you might have ended it, and the other person might have accepted it, and you accept, like, you both came to an acceptance, right? Or 100 people came to an acceptance, but there might be that one dude that accepted it, but he's like, something in him is like, I'm gonna look like this is not the ideal that I wanted. And that might manifest in the future to something else, like another war, another conflict.
So let me put this in, and I think you'll understand this, okay?
Yeah.
So when I say what ends all war, what ends all war is or what ends all conflict really is unlimited resources. Do you understand what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, so everyone gets what they want.
Well, yes, if you have
Or can
unlimited
have.
resources, I'm not even just talking about, like food and water and whatnot. I mean, unlimited resources as far as energy. If you have unlimited resources as far as space and land, right?
Sure.
And when I talk about this colonization of the universe, right? And you talk about animals as well.
Sure. But we're animals.
Right, exactly, right. Well, when you talk about other animals, I guess I would say.
Sure.
So if we have unlimited resources, if we can harness the energy, of stars, if we can terraform planets, create more space that's livable space,
Yeah.
If we have, like you were saying before, good and evil runs through the heart of every human being, right? So if we have these unlimited resources, okay, and we now become unbound by limitation in resources, right? We are not bound by what we can't do, right? We're just more bound by what we want to do, right? So
Yeah.
that's when it starts to become, ideology starts to become so important. Remember, I was talking at the beginning of this conversation about how it's very interesting to me when people do things not because of money, but because of what they believe in,
Yeah.
right? So if you have unlimited resources, now everything becomes a matter of what you believe in, right? So now we are purely driven by our minds, right? And what and our values and what we want and what we believe, right?
Yeah.
So if we have good values, in my mind, what we would do is we would create entire planets that animals and life forms like that could go and live without suffering. Okay.
Yeah.
We could even have robots that inhabit those planets that would end diseases, right? For those animals, even if we
Sure.
have unlimited resources, there's no limit to the good that we can do. And when I say good, I mean
Yeah.
the preservation and creation that we
Yeah.
can
But
accomplish,
don't you
right?
think you're making it sound a little bit like we don't have that right now, or that's a possibility right now? You're making it sound like that, like for us to achieve that, we have to go somewhere else, right? And on another sense is like there's never enough in a
Mm,
way. There is always enough, but there's not enough for everyone's greed. There is
okay.
enough for everyone's needs, right? To be met,
Right.
but there's not enough for everyone's
Greed,
greed.
yes. Mm.
And that's something that is
Indicative of human.
it's in all of us in a way,
Yes.
this greed, and it comes in all types of shapes and forms.
Mm.
And we sort of have these cravings, whether it's cravings for food, whether it's cravings for attention, whether it's craving for love, whether it's craving for whatever. We all have cravings,
Right.
and that's sort of like what the Buddhists try to get rid of. They try to get
Yes.
rid of cravings
And maybe
because
they're
in the
right.
end they realize if you don't have, like, if you don't want anything, then you have everything.
Yes. You have
And
everything that you want. Yeah.
in a way, yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
you're saying like, oh, we go build planets for the animals to live on so that the cows are happy. We go
Right.
build planets so the sharks are happy. But in the end, what would a planet be of just only sharks? Like, sharks are sharks because of the ecosystem they're in. Also, we put a name to them.
Yes.
But there's like this
Okay. Yes.
ecosystem
Mm.
that creates this experience. So
Right.
so in a way, like, and you're saying, oh, we need energy. It's like, well, people didn't have energy thousands of years ago,
Yeah.
and
I guess you're right.
and they
Yes. Yeah. Thousands.
survived,
Yes. Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Like, they survived. So
Mm.
um a lot of these things we have in a way are new, and we're sort of building off of them. Like, you like this idea of the only reason why you're thinking of energy is because you have energy right now.
Right.
So in the future you might have something that you don't have right now, and you'll be like, we need more of that.
Right.
And same with
Yes.
the money, right? People are like, I need more money. Well, it's like, well, money wasn't a thing,
Uh-huh.
but now it is a thing, right?
Yeah. You're right. Currency. Yep.
So there's this so with that being said, it's like a tricky thing because the solution there is not a solution that is in the here and in the now. When
Right.
in reality, there is a solution here and in the
Yeah.
now, but the solution for some might not sound ideal because we want everything to be equal, but not
Mm.
everything is equal.
Right.
And that's something that people have to accept.
That's
And
something very hard for people to accept.
people have to sort of come to terms with that um, you might not be the fastest runner in the world. You
Mm.
might not be the smartest guy in the group. You might not be the um, whatever it is, like uh, best car driver, whatever it is. But then it's like, but that's okay. So it's like accepting that, and then being like, it's not that it's impossible. There might be some things that are impossible, but you've seen it before because there's some guys that are 4 foot something. I forget what's the shortest basketball player in the NBA, and he's dunking, right?
Yeah.
So he figured out a way to make it work or to use his height to a different advantage. And um, so that's why, like, I understand that idea of what you're saying, that like, we can go out there and we can explore the universe and be among the stars, but it's like, we're already the stars, we are already
Right.
the universe. So why do we have to go out and I think it's almost like you're like trying to find, in a way, that next hit. You're not
Yes.
like, yo, we've had enough hits, like this is it right
No.
here. Where it's like, well, no, we
Yeah.
need
Well,
more,
I
we
like
need
what
to
you
go
said about
bigger.
Buddhism. That's a good point, you know? And also, I think that something that what I was saying before doesn't account for, and this is something that's complex and we would have to really try to grapple with this, is human beings in our current state have a need for a struggle, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of our biology. And I wonder that as well, because this is what I see. So if we don't kill each other, okay,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at that as a bad thing, right? If we don't devolve into nuclear war, okay, and we
Sure.
don't destroy our environment, we don't destroy humanity, we don't destroy animals, right? If we are able to survive, right, and we're able
Mm-hmm.
to continue to progress, what I was talking about before is it's almost, I mean, it has to happen. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Unless we have a radical change in what we value, and instead we value undesire, right? Like you were saying with Buddhists, they value the elimination of desires
Well, it's sort
instead
of
of
accepting things, right? It's
embracing
not being it's
desires.
not being it's not being it's not being attached to a certain idea.
Right.
It's sort of like accepting life in a way. And that's why one of the things they say, I don't know if it's official or unofficial, it's like, what do you do when you see Buddha on the side of the street?
Right.
You kill him. And the reason is because there is no Buddha, right?
Okay.
It's like, it's just a thing. It's just it's an ideal, something to
Right.
strive to become. And you never
Yes.
really get there, because
Right.
just because you're the fastest doesn't mean you can't be faster.
Mm.
So it's always this, it's a weird thing because it's like the yin and the yang, and people think like the yin and the yang is just good and evil, but it's just with everything. And in the end, it's never the end,
Right.
because one thing leads to the other, which leads to the other, which leads to the other, and it just keeps going and going and going, and it never stops. Even if you stop, it doesn't stop. You
Right.
stopping in its own way is a thing like that.
Absolutely.
That's one of the dominoes. Like, if the dominoes had names, you stopping was one of those dominoes that's going to lead to the
Yeah.
next domino.
Absolutely. To do nothing, to choose nothing is a choice, right?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that's why it's very tricky.
It is.
And I find that the idea of like going to, let's say, other planets and all this is like, it sounds like, if you think about it, you're like, you relate it to the idea of like sci-fi movies. This would be awesome, Interstellar
Right.
and
Uh,
whatever. But it's like, I don't know if that would be the real reality. I don't know how it is to be locked up in a tube. or in a small confined space for long times. And who
Right.
knows if we have light speed travel. If we don't have light speed travel, then we're just sitting there in a hibernation chamber or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Oh yeah.
And in any case, I find that's almost like an escapism way of it. Like, we don't believe that we can solve it here, so let's go
Uh-huh.
somewhere else and try to make it happen.
Right. Well, this is something that I really wanted to emphasize on. So, like when we talk about in the here and now, how this idea that I'm, kind of proposing about, the future of humanity and what we can do, that the way that applies to us now is through small actions. Like when I talk about this future for human beings, okay, and I talk about the ending of limited resources, right?
Yeah.
Another thing that I didn't really mention there was technology. Technology also limits us as well, right? You were just talking about hyperspeed. Regardless of us having unlimited resources, right? Like unlimited energy, technology is not going to immediately just come with that. There still are things we're going to have to figure out technologically, right?
Sure.
But what I really wanted to say is, you know, as far as what that means and the purpose that gives your life on the day-to-day basis, it kind of goes back to a little bit what I was saying when I was talking about, procreation, instilling good values in your children, because really what we are, is we're this small piece of this puzzle. Okay. And, just as your great, 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 great grandfather is connected to you, he's also connected to, probably hundreds or thousands of other human beings, right?
Sure.
That have spread out. So that's us, that's who we are, right? Like we are, this piece of this puzzle. And then, if you have children, right? And then they're to have children and that family line continues, those one day, your descendants are going to be the ones that are, colonizing this new planet or whatever it is.
Sure.
And we all kind of have to play this part, when we talk about the line running through each and every person's heart, and the line between good and evil. It's like we all have to make those decisions every single day.
Yeah.
And we all have to make the decision to do what's going to lead to preservation and creation, or we can make decisions that are going to lead to destruction, right? And we have codified that into like a morality. And I think that we do a pretty good job with codifying things in morality, but I think that we do lack in a lot of ways in our society. And, especially young people, I see people that I go to university with, right? Like right now, I wanted to say this after telling the story about my drug use and the dark path that I went down.
Yeah.
Right now I am a pre-law student. I'm a political science major, and I'm going to be hopefully transferring to a school called Chapel Hill. It's it's pretty prestigious school. It's the best school in North Carolina. And I've been able to get all A's to this point, right? Like I'm a 4.0 student right now.
Sure.
And the reason for that is I value education, I really do. And I'm not just saying that, you hear people say the things like, I value education. If you really believe in something and you really value it, you will act accordingly, right? Like, belief
Exactly.
without action is not belief. Do you know what I'm saying by that?
That's like people who are saying, "Hey, I'm trying to lose weight," and then they have a Snicker bar in their hand. I'm like,
Right.
whatever you say, brother.
Yeah, you don't want to right, exactly. So, I value being in school. Like when I'm in the classroom, I enjoy being there,
Sure.
and I want to learn and I ask as many questions as I can. And I sit in the front of the class, right? Because I value learning. I value that academic environment. I value, I value self-improvement too. I think
And
that's one of the
also
most
interesting, though, that you said that you sit in the front of the class, right?
Yes.
But you see how the class has like more seats that
Yeah.
go backwards. And not everyone, even if everyone wanted to be in the front,
Yes.
can be there.
That's right.
not everyone can be the driver of the spaceship, right?
Yes.
If there was a spaceship.
Right.
If everyone was controlling the thing, this thing would be wild. So
Yeah.
everyone, in a way, has a part, like what you were saying. And that's
Yes.
just, I'm just sort of adding to that, that you see how
Yeah.
you want to be in the front. That's the same idea as that someone wants to run a company, or that someone wants to run a
Yes.
country, or someone wants to run a movement. There's always a
Right.
hierarchy.
Yes, there is a
It could be like
hierarchy.
this,
Absolutely.
or it could be like this. It's all the
Mm.
same thing. There's
Yes.
there's a couple guys in the top, a couple guys in the front,
Yeah.
and then it goes backwards, or it goes
Right.
lower. So that's
Now,
just an interesting thing to say, that
yes.
in the end, even if people believe everyone wants to be equal, it's like, what does that even mean? How does that even
Right.
happen?
Yes.
Is it equal? How do I know you're putting in the same effort as me? And in
Ah,
the end, does it even matter?
yeah. I mean, as far as like my attitude when it comes to sitting in the front of the class
Yeah.
is, if you want to sit in the front of the class and you walk in, okay, and then it's full, then okay, then you're on the right track though. You have the right mindset at least, right? Because
Sure.
you are valuing that. You want that, you
But what
know?
if you never can get to there? Like, you try to get earlier,
Yeah.
and then someone else, like, you're like, okay, I'm gonna show up at 57. You show up at 57. People are still there. I'm gonna do
And then it's a
56.
constant
And then,
race.
like, and at one point you're like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna sit in the back.
Right. Well, that kind of is life if you think about it, you know? Like we're all relative to each other, you know? Like if you took the most the laziest say dumbest guy who exists on this planet, all right? And then, you put him in a planet full of people that were, lazier and unintelligent more so than he was, then
Yeah.
he's going to be the genius there. He's going to be the most successful guy, right?
That was
So
a Rick and Morty episode almost.
was it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like
Okay.
he gets onto a planet and all the guys have no idea, and he shows them like what fire is,
Yeah.
and then they all
Right.
start
So
worshiping him.
yeah. So that's the thing. We're all relative to each other. It's all the hierarchy. But I think that what I was saying about valuing school and valuing education is, I really believe, a culture that is in decline. I really believe that. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to come on the show and talk a little bit about that, because
Yeah. But that's in the
I,
United. You're speaking strictly to the United States
right, I am speaking to the United. Well,
primarily, because
primarily, yes,
it is happening. I have a feeling of where you're going to go with this, and it might be
yes,
happening on a global scale, because now things are becoming globalized.
they are.
But it
Yes,
is very dominant in the United
yes.
States, or in
Well,
Americas.
and tell me if this is not true. I would like to hear this from your perspective. So,
Yeah.
do you feel like America is the leader of the world? I don't mean that in a egotistical or a bolstering way. I just mean more like they do things first a lot of the times. They set the precedent and the standard of like culture, and then a lot of people will follow behind that. Do you get what I'm saying?
They're very good at marketing, and they're very good
Right.
at branding and selling,
Right.
because they are sort of the new kids on the block
Yes.
on like a global way,
On the
right?
global
Europe is
stage.
older than them, and Asia's way older than all of them.
Yeah.
So United States is relatively, or America is relatively new. And just like old parents that get taken over by their kids, right? Like a family business,
Right.
eventually, unless there's a way that the older generation taught the new generation well, then eventually that new generation is going to find a new way to operate, and
Right.
it might be a bit more slick, it might be whatever it
Right.
is, more
Because
hip
they're
and
not
trendy to the
maybe.
times.
Yes. Yeah.
But so United States, if you're saying if they're a leader in anything specifically, what we got to remember is that United States is a mix, a melting pot of all types of stuff. You have Indians there, you have Chinese there, you have Russians there, you have Germans there, people
Yeah.
from people are going there like a global hub to be
Right.
progressive, to be
Right.
entrepreneurial, to be developing and building things, because the game in the United States is different than the game in other countries, right?
Absolutely.
They shaped it in a way that's like, hey, if you mess up, you got Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Yeah.
right? You get a
Yes.
jail out of free card on some things. You go to certain other countries, you can't get out of a bankruptcy that easy. You owe people money, you owe that thing forever. And in the
you might
States,
even go to jail for
you
owing
might go
somebody
to
money.
jail. And in the States, they created a different rules. So people sort of like that because it's like the Wild West in a way. And that leads to what we have today, which is like all types of products and all types of ideas and all types of things. So to answer what you were saying, which is, do people follow United States? I think United States is just the mix of everything. They're really good at branding. They're really good at marketing, because a lot of their tech sometimes is taken from other places.
Right. Absolutely.
Right. A lot of their ideas are taken from other places. They just do it a little bit better, or they make more noise around it.
Absolutely.
And yeah, no worries. And so that's what I think. What would be good though, maybe if possible, if we could take 1 minute. I just need to go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, no problem.
In case you need to go to the bathroom too, take 1 minute, real quick.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, no.
All right.
I got a friend with me now.
Yeah. No, so yeah, just to sort of like touch up on that. Basically, United States is definitely good at making noise.
Yes.
And that's probably the big thing, because you have to remember, like, the European way, the Asian way is a whole different way of living and being.
Right.
Even though Europe is getting somewhat Americanized because just of how the world is going.
It is globalizing, absolutely.
The Asian way is more quiet, more reserved. It doesn't mean
more
that
collectivist.
It doesn't mean that they're less powerful. It might even make them more powerful.
Yeah.
But it's like the type of people that, it's just like if there was like a bar fight, the Asian guy is the guy sitting in the corner who's like, if someone comes to me right now, I will whoop them.
Yeah.
But I will look at the fight from far and I won't engage.
Right.
Until they engage with me.
Yeah.
Or maybe from far they might throw something just to do something. But the American guy, he's that guy he's yelling, he's trying to start stuff, and he's just picking on the guy that's smaller than him first, because that's the easiest target.
Yes.
and then he sort of
Absolutely.
like makes his way through. So, anyways, sorry to that. I don't know if you still have your train of thought of where you're going with that,
Oh,
but
no, absolutely.
okay,
Well, what I was gonna say is, as far as values, is kind of what I was talking about, and how
yeah,
that's helped me get out of the addiction and turn my life around, and now be a student. Hopefully, I'll be going to law school very soon,
yeah,
and to be able to do that, it really does take a belief. Not only like just a belief in yourself, of course, but
yeah,
it takes a belief in certain values, right? Like I was talking about valuing learning. Like you
yeah,
really have to value learning, because if you don't if you don't want to do something, and you're being held back mentally, but you're just, half barely trying to attempt to do something, you're not going to be able to succeed in that thing. And we all know that, right? So that's obvious. Now, when I talk about people in our generation, at least in the United States, and I feel this is a growing worldwide phenomenon. You maybe not as much in more rural countries and
sure,
people who don't have as much technology going on, because that's what globalizes people more, is being interconnected through media
internet, yeah,
and the internet. But you know we are going in this direction where we're becoming much more materialistic, right? I think we
sure,
all can agree with that. We're valuing our we value, like, just as I said, I moved from the Dominican and I
yeah,
moved back to the United States. Everybody wants money to do something. Everything costs something, right?
sure,
Everybody's looking at what can I get from this? You know what I mean? And we are losing this natural desire to interact with the world around us, right? And
yeah,
instead, we want these artificial stimuli, right?
mhm,
And I feel as that's been happening, and as we've been, valuing the artificial stimuli more than the natural stimuli, it's leading us down this path where people are obsessed with media in a way that they've never been obsessed with media, right? Like you used to hear about people coming together and watching TV back in the day, right? They always
yeah,
come together as a family and watch TV. A lot of people were against that at the time. They said that these people are like zombies mindlessly staring into a screen. Now human beings we're almost androids, right? Like
yeah,
we're so interconnected with technology that we have it everywhere we go. We look at it 4 hours a day, 3 hours a day, whatever it is, we're staring at that screen. When we come home, we're looking at another screen, we're working off these screens, right? And I feel that we are losing we're losing a piece of our humanity. And I believe that is what is causing these skyrocketing depression rates, the skyrocketing anxiety.
yeah,
These, like, in America, we have this phenomenon that has come about pretty recently, and it's the school shootings, right? It's people who, a lot of times it's kids, and they're willing to go in and kill other people at their own school,
sure,
right? So this has always been something that people could do for years and years, right? They could do that, but why weren't they? And people have a bunch of different things that they ask themselves about that, and a bunch of different reasonings for that. But I think it all comes back to that artificial stimuli. A great way that you put it before is trying to get that next hit, right?
sure.
We are over medicated, at least in the United States. Do you know, as far as in Canada, do you know any statistics about how many people are on, like, antipsychotic
Yeah,
SSRIs?
no idea, no idea.
Okay.
The only thing I do know from things that I read and things that I might watch is that
Mhm.
it's definitely like rising just globally in general,
Yes.
right?
Right.
Some places more than others. And I think to answer something or to put some insight on what you're saying about the school shootings, why didn't that happen before? Well, it's
Right.
like anything. Once, if you didn't know something was possible,
Mm.
then people wouldn't do it, right? And
Right.
now people are like, this X, Y, and Z person did a shooting at his school because of X, Y, and Z. And then there might be a guy that's in some other part of the country or the world that's like, wow, this X, Y, and Z thing is happening to me. And I feel like this X, Y, and Z guy. So maybe I should do what he just did because maybe that's a way to release,
Right.
you
Okay.
know?
So
So
so it
you're giving
almost
like a proof.
introduces the
Yeah,
yeah.
like it's almost like an introduction to the idea, to the philosophy that
Mm.
that's one way to go about it, you
Right.
know? And that's sort of like what I guess is a way is what is quote unquote trendy
Mm.
is things that are brought to light,
Right.
right? So if something is brought to light and pushed frequently enough, then it becomes normal, it becomes accepted, it
Mhm.
becomes an option for people. And that's sort of the thing is like I always like what you're saying about anxiety. And I've heard this more and more people saying, oh, I have anxiety. I'm like, I really
Yes.
don't know what that is
Right.
because I just I don't get it. Right.
Mm.
And they're like, oh, I'm so anxious about this or that. And I'm like, I wish, I don't wish that I knew because it sounds like it sucks. But
Right.
I'm like, why is this
But you
happening?
don't
And then
understand it.
it might be happening though, because I also ask them and then they say, oh, all my friends are feeling like this as well.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, so that's interesting. People
Right.
around you
Yes.
have that same feeling and you're having that same feeling.
Yeah.
But the only reason why you're able to put it into words is because they gave you the words to express that thing.
Yes.
And it creates like
Mm.
these self-fulfilling
Profit. Yes.
prophecies in a way. And
Yes.
that's why I always think that self-fulfilling prophecies can happen one way or another. And
Yes.
why is one thing happening in the United States and maybe happening in other parts of the world is because people are exposed to it. So people
Right.
think that's a way of doing things and that's it's
Mm.
okay and it's acceptable. And there's no more really guiding philosophies or there are, but they're not that common because it's not popular.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
it's not
Yes.
popular to do something or another. And now the reason why those things might not be popular is because who knows if this is true or not, or an option, is because someone else decided that
Mm.
with an intention.
Yes.
Because who are the easiest people to manipulate?
I would say
Like people in
people.
general that are in a chaotic environment, that have
Yes.
no real ground, that
Yes.
might
That
be
don't
lost
know
and
what to do.
confused. Those are
Right.
the easiest guys to get because they're like goldfish looking for shiny things.
Yes.
And that's how you get them. And then you get to, you consume them. And people think like with this drug use that it's an instant thing. It's like there's a gateway drug or there's a gateway experience that leads you into this whole other world, whether for good or for bad. And just like anything, an
An
opioid, I
opiate.
guess,
Yes.
opiate
Opiate.
could be used to help someone in a situation of need, and it could also be used to destroy someone.
Yes. Right.
So um, that's sort of, and it goes back to that yin yang sort of way. It's like water is good, but too much water could be bad.
Right. Right. Well, this is something that I've been thinking about a lot lately, and I 100% realize that what you're saying is a very valid point. Sometimes things get introduced into like the lexicon, and then that inspires other people, right? Or these
Yeah.
are it's like almost like social it's almost like a disease, but I don't want to give it a bad name because sometimes these ideas are good, but ideas can be like a disease that's spread through people.
Like a
Do you know what I
virus.
mean? Like a virus, exactly. Okay. So a virus, that's what I meant to say. So there absolutely is that going on. A great example of that is there's been a higher rate of children, usually teenage children, changing their gender,
Sure.
And this is something that many believe is caused by, you know, social influences, right? Like these people aren't
100%.
right. Okay. So this is like going up, I believe, 400%. The amount of teenage girls that are now transitioning, you know, their gender. I think it's gone up 400% in the last, I think it was 6 or 8 years, right?
Mhm.
And so these are social influences. So that absolutely plays a part into this.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's certain objective factors that we can look at
Yeah.
that tell us a story of decline, right? So we have these screens now in every one of our rooms, okay?
Sure.
And back in the day, you know, people could come together at a living room television,
Yep.
okay, and they would at least be together, right? Now, before that, people relied on their families for entertainment. Okay. So then they were really together. They were laughing with each other. They were joking. They would play cards. They would hang out with each other.
Yeah.
They wouldn't want to be in their rooms. Okay. So families were a lot closer, you know, and you can actually look at, there was an article that came out in the Atlantic about a year ago. And I thought it was so interesting. It was called The Death of the Nuclear Family. Okay.
Okay.
And it went through history and it was talking about in the early 1800s. And, you know, it was talking about Europe and the United States, actually. They were talking about in the 1800s, extended families were very prevalent among households, right? Like people would all live together. There would be like your aunt and uncle would be living there, your
Sure.
grandma and grandpa, and they would all live in these big houses, right? And farmhouses, and then they would look after each other and they were
Yeah.
very close. And then as time went on, in like, you know, the 1970s, 1960s, 1950s, these families went more to a nuclear family structure. Okay. And then it was, you know, the way that we think of a family, where it's, you know, the mother, the father, and the kids, right? And that was how things were for a long time, and things operated very good in that family structure, right? Not as well as it did when there was extended family around, because then you had lots of support for the children. Okay.
Yeah.
And something that we can statistically look at that tells the difference between somebody being successful and somebody not being successful
Sure.
is whether they had two parents in their household and they
Sure.
were around. Okay. So this is in the United States, at least. What's interesting to me is we're having this big, you know, conversation right now about race. And that's happening all over the world right now. I mean, there's protests, racial protests in Germany. There's racial protest, you know, throughout Europe. It's happening in Africa, in Egypt. So this is happening all over the world, right? So we're having this racial reckoning, but at the same time, you know, the
And
love.
why is that? What do you think about that? Like, why does that? Because you know when you were mentioning like intergalactic space travel, right?
Right.
You didn't mention blacks, whites,
Yeah.
any color, yellow, slightly brown,
Right.
slightly tanner white. You didn't mention
Yeah.
any of that. You just mentioned, oh, we're going to go colonize planets, right? We're going
Yes.
to go harness the energy of the world.
Right.
So now, and sorry that I interrupt what you said, but
No.
it's like now people, I see all these things, right? Of racial, um, guys turning into girls, girls turning into guys, all these things, and they create these points that are framed in a way that you can't talk about them,
Yes.
because anything you say either is that you're for it or you're against
Right.
it,
Yes.
and there's no like subject of discussion. And I think one thing with the Thomas
Aquinas. Yeah.
Aquinas that you
Mhm.
mentioned, from what I understand from this very brief, it was one page in the book mentioning about his philosophical way, is that the whole idea behind it was just to talk about things. Because when you
Right.
talk about things, you can figure something out. You can
Yes.
resolve conflicts, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
But people I find nowadays, they're not trying to resolve anything.
No,
They're
they're
trying
not.
to destroy things,
Right.
right? They're picking sides just because they have nothing better to cling on to
Hmm.
other than this
Yes.
one thing.
Right.
and they're
Well,
not taking their life into their own hands. And that's the first thing that
right.
you said about the AA group or an NA group,
Mhm.
is admitting that there's a problem.
Yes.
And then I'm guessing the other 11 steps are like actionable
Actionary.
steps. And then the
Yes.
last step is, now that you've made it this far, bring someone else along,
Right.
right?
Re-engage.
And
Yep.
and bringing someone else along has two benefits. Yeah, you're helping someone else, but in reality, by helping someone else, you're helping yourself
Yes.
remember the things and know the process, and it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, and you're
Right.
keeping your environment that way. And that's the thing, like if you hang around the barber shop long enough, you're going to get a haircut, right?
Yes, exactly.
And if you're in the circus long enough, you might become a circus person as
That,
well.
yeah.
So
Right.
this all works out in a way, and I find with all these things that are happening around the world, and it's an unfortunate unfortunate situation where people are like, these companies, they're trying to get rid of us, and you have all these things like unions and this and that, protecting in a way, right?
Hmm.
And what these guys are doing in a way is that they just don't want to change. They don't want to progress.
Right.
They don't want to move on. So they're
Mm.
trying to pick things to just fight. And that's why a lot of these
Right.
companies, these big companies in the way, they say, forget about these people, right?
Hmm.
We're going to use technology to replace them. And
Yes.
what's going to happen in the future is that we're going to have this generation of like useless people.
That's
they
what I'm
might
worried
they
about,
might
Charles.
be they might be older, they might be younger, they might be whatever age, but they will be people that won't fit in. And it's not that they're gonna not fit in because they can't fit in. It's that
Hmm.
they're gonna not fit in because part of being in the club, let's say, or
Hmm.
part of the future, is that you actively have to engage in it.
Right.
Because in the end, from all the people that I've met, none of them really care about anything other than what you do, what you
Yes.
bring, and the value you have to X, Y, or Z situation, right?
Yes.
And that's sort of what you're saying with Aristotle and his philosophy, which was like
Hmm.
of being of value, right?
Right.
And being of value is measured in all types of ways because everyone in a way is valuable.
Yes.
And there's things that
Life
you
is.
do that might seem more valuable or less valuable, but without that
Mhm.
one small thing, maybe that other big thing won't work out. And it's all a
Right.
circle, and you're
Yes.
all just somewhere on that circle or somewhere on that wheel, but you're still on it, and
Right.
no one is above it and beyond it in a way.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's like everyone is taking part of it that wants to take part of it, and then the rest
Right.
sort of get phased out because they're
Hmm.
like, wait, it's like survival of the fittest. Wait, they're not that useful. So what they
Right.
start doing in a way, and how I see it, is that because you're saying you're worried about like people like being left out or whatever it might be, or like you're seeing that people are becoming like, let's say, more
They're,
useless,
they're
bringing less
declining.
value.
Right. Right.
And it's because now what they're trying to, how I see it, is that they're building a framework where those people that are not bringing that same amount of value will have will have something to consume them, which is going to be
Yes.
entertainment,
Yes. Exactly.
right?
Right. So there,
So
it's a distraction.
put the goggle on them, the
Hmm.
goggles, and let them sit in a room. And we're going to
Hmm.
build these tall buildings, and we'll put them all in these rooms and let them just live
Right.
their lives on this thing, while other people are actually living and
Right.
wanting to live. Because
Mm.
there's one thing to be alive, and there's another thing to live,
Right. It's
right?
about meaning. It's about meaning. It's about finding actual meaning in your life instead of just, wandering around looking for, the next small pleasure. Because, and I want to talk about the race stuff. Honestly, I really want to get to that into that. But one thing I wanted to say was, um, you
Well, I
know,
think like with what you're saying though, with the race stuff or any of it, it's all the same,
right.
right?
Yes.
Because whether it's race, whether it's gender, whether it's nationality,
Yeah.
in the end, look at these
It's,
companies, right?
yeah.
They'll take anyone
Yeah.
that is aligned with the mission.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well,
So they don't really
yes.
care. They're like, yo, you could be Pakistani and you
Mm-hmm.
can join an American company. They
Yeah.
don't care. Or Iraqi and join an American company. They're not like, hey, someone in your country blew up some buildings a couple
Right.
years ago. They don't
that's
care about
money
that.
oriented, right? Because they're money oriented. They're not oriented in, some ideology that says
it could
they
be
can't
money. It could
right.
be money, or it could be a mission.
Yeah, or mission oriented.
That
That's the
happens
same.
to
Yeah.
be fueled
Mhm.
by money. That's the thing. A lot of these guys need money to fuel their ideas
Right.
because people, unfortunately, don't work on promises that are made 100 years from now, just because.
Yes. You're
So they
right.
have to make a trade-off so that people sort of feel like it's a deal. And that's the thing too. People are like, how do you know what's a fair deal? There's no such guideline. The best deals are the deals that both parties are happy in the end, or all
Right.
parties are happy.
We're creatures of
Whether,
consent. Right. It's all about consent.
yeah,
You
I
know?
guess like you accept it and then that's it. That's the deal. Some
Right.
people might be like, hey, here's this pen. It's $1 million. And then someone pays me $1 million. They take the pen, and maybe
Right.
that pen helped them sign a check for
Yeah.
$50 million. So that was way
Right.
worth it for them.
Yeah.
But someone might have been like, yo, you're an idiot. You paid how much for a pen? Oh my God. And the guy's like, you don't understand, you know?
Yes, exactly.
So with this being said, of like, you probably see all this suffering, all this delusion, all these things around the world, and maybe even nearby you in your own school, for example, your immediate environment. But it's like, you can't help everyone.
Right.
As much as you want to help everyone. They have to first admit something and then might need to try to fix it themselves. And this is the other thing too, where some people are like, no one's helping me, so I'm not going to do it. It's like, hey, no one needs to help you. You need to help yourself first.
There is no really helping anyone.
And once you help yourself, you're usually going to start moving away from one thing, and you might start aligning with another thing. And then usually people that are aligned start doing stuff. And it actually has nothing to do with the money. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do more with the mission. Let's do something. Let's have fun. And like what you're saying, yeah, in the United States, everything is money driven. But it's also because that's like a big, it's a big shopping mall. It's not a reality. It's just like an experiment in a way. And a lot of the guys that own these big companies that actually move things, right? Like, because you have all these small businesses that they play a role and stuff. But like the real things are the guys that supply the electricity, that supply the internet, that supply the infrastructure so that these small guys can do what they do, right? Because even though the small guys are like, like they say, like a backbone to the economy or whatever it might be. Where they buy that meat might have been from a larger company that invested in the infrastructure to ship in that meat from Argentina, to store it, to then distribute it to their small town, right? So even though they're a small business, they're relying on something bigger than themselves to operate this small business.
Absolutely.
So that's the thing, is like, it's very complex, the whole shebang, let's say. And now some people like get, it's like a daunting task to try to wrap your mind around it, because you're like, wait, this is happening. There's school shootings. People are mad about the race. People are doing gender changes. There's a dictator taking over a country. There's a war here. And you see all these things. You're like, holy crap, like this is going really bad. But the thing is like, it's just part of it, because every conflict is going to lead to some resolution. That resolution is going to lead to another conflict, or to an upgrade, or to a downgrade that might lead to an upgrade, whatever it might be. But it's like, it's all things that have to happen. And in the end, the reason why people are being depressed and people are going crazy is because they're letting themselves go down these rabbit holes that are not productive.
Exactly.
And the thing is like, they're sort of torn between, I want to be productive, but I also really like these chips, and I really like that Netflix series.
Exactly.
So it's like a constant battle. And in the end, the devil is more seductive. Because he's like, hey, I'll give you whatever you want right now.
It's like, it's like heroin, man. It really is. It's that quick fix, it is more seductive. It's the short-term solution is seductive, but those long-term solutions, they're the ones that are harder and take more discipline. But the delayed gratification, 99.9% of the time is going to be the right choice.
But even if, and this is the thing where people get even more sad and depressed, is because they try to go the long distance and they're like, yo, it's not working. Right.
You see,
and then they're
I
like,
don't
it's like,
believe
you
that,
have to keep going. But they
Right.
stop after 1 week. They stop after
Okay,
3
right.
months.
Okay,
They
yes,
stop after a
yes.
year. And they're like, this is not working, guys. When am I going to see the light? When am I going to make the millions? When am I going to have the family? When am I going to have this? But it's like, hey, you might do everything right and it still might not work.
Yeah.
And you have to be willing to accept that.
Yes, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Because just because you do everything right, something might happen. And they're like, hey, I'm the best student and I didn't get the scholarship. Whatever, it is what it is. Now, that's why you gotta, like they say, count your blessings. Or be grateful for anything, because it's like, it's very special and unique that whatever happened the way it happened.
Right.
And it could have gone either way. And also, if you want to throw in another wild card, is like, you could have died at any moment.
That's another thing, Yes, so you can.
You don't even factor that in. People are like, what do you mean I could have died at any moment? You could have been driving, or you could have been walking, and some dude decides to just drive the car, and you happen to be right there, and you died.
Every breath is like a blessing in a way, And something that I wanted to say with a lot of these issues, and this is the thing with me when it comes to, like you said, it's not just the race stuff. It's a lot of different things that people use to divide people, right? Like anything that this is what it comes down to, okay? And I'm very, very adamant about this. This is one of my main issues for me, okay? There's collectivism and then there's individualism, okay? Now, I believe, okay, that what we fought for so hard in the 20th century, in the 1900s, is.
Are you speaking as a country or as a world?
I mean, as a world, especially in the United States, but I mean, really as a world. I mean, look at, South Africa, look at, the end of colonization in Africa, like the end of apartheid in South Africa, end of colonization, if you look at, the end of, colonization in Asia, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these things we have fought to not wait. There's something, and this was a big factor for Karl Marx, okay, when he was deriving his Marxist ideology, right? And it's called critical theory, all right? And critical theory is the idea that all society is a power struggle between different groups of people, right?
Sure.
And for Marx, those two people were the proletariats and the bourgeoisie, right?
Sure.
But what we've done now, we have this neo-Marxism that exists within the United States, at least, and it's this racial critical theory, right?
Sure.
And it's these people who want to make it wants to convince others that all society is this power struggle between, different groups, like races. You know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to say this, all of that ideology, all that, anybody who tells you that your race is important, anybody who tells you that your, gender or your race, or, gender is a little bit different, but your nationality, your race, any of this stuff is important to you as who you are. It's poison. It's all poison. Okay.
Well, they're just not informed.
Right. They're not. Well, it's not even just that they're not informed. They have bought into an ideology, right? Like that Marxist ideology. They believe that your group that you belong to is an important way to identify who you are. It's not about who you are as an individual. It's about, oh, well, he's just speaking on behalf of his group, right? Like, I don't know if you ever heard this, but this is something that's going on a lot in America right now. And it's scary because, we were talking a little about cancel culture earlier. If I am applying to a school, say when I apply to law school, okay, or if I'm applying to a job in the future, okay, if I say the wrong thing about the Black Lives Matter movement, I'm not gonna, and they see that, okay, or somebody sends them something and and complains about me, I could get fired from my job. I could get kicked out of my school. I could get kicked out of a fraternity, right? Say I'm in a fraternity. That's been happening all over the country, right?
Yeah.
And it's this twisted, critical race theory that says, oh, well, you as a white person, okay, or whatever you are, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in this white, it's absolute nonsense. But, you as a white person, you aren't allowed to criticize this thing, or therefore you are a racist. You have you're speaking on behalf of your power. You just want power for yourself, and that derives from this collectivist mindset that we're all just struggling. Like I belong to like the white group and I'm struggling for my power. Like we're all part of like a group. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
And I think anyone who is reasonable and looks at the world for what it is realizes, no, we're not on a team based on our races, right? That's not what's going on at all, unless that's what you're doing, right? If you want to, if you want to go find some, white nationalist person or some Nazi person, okay, maybe they're doing that, right? But that's not the way that the world is operating. We're not operating under. Anybody who thinks that is just not, they're misinformed, right? That's not how things are going. We don't get together as like a racial group and say, hey guys, like, what are we doing? What are we going to do this month? It's like, no, we're living our lives as individuals, and and it's like,
the reason why I'm laughing is because it's like people actually believe these types of things.
They do.
And the big reason why they believe it is because it goes back to it. There's no structure.
Right.
There's no foundation to build yourself off. So everyone is free falling, trying to grab onto anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And instead of focusing on being productive, on being a valuable member of the society that you're in,
right,
doing your part, whatever that part is. If your job is to hold open a door and greet people, then be the best damn door holder and greeting guy out there, or gal. And with what you're saying with in regards to girls and guys, boys and girls, or men and women, one thing that I find a lot of people don't consider at all is the role of like human nature.
Right. You see,
yes. We are expecting everyone to be equal and to be doing everything equally, but it's not the case. And it's not a reality. But the thing is that due to the internet, due to TV, due to media, whatever you want to call it, propaganda, these are all vehicles of propaganda in one shape or form or another, right? And whether they do it intentionally or unintentionally is a whole nother topic. Right.
Absolutely.
So we can't say that they are doing one thing or another for a specific reason or not, but it definitely does impact and influence the current.
Right.
And that's what they sort of call the spirit of the times. And right now, the times we're in is it's sort like of the zeitgeist. Yeah. And that's sort of this is the time we're in. We're in this time of conflict, of chaos. And what this might lead to in the future is more law and order.
Right.
And the thing is like, like people, a lot of the things you're saying are more USA based, and they might be happening in certain parts, but it's like people are just not accepting reality. People are not linking back to themselves, like their natural selves. And this is problematic because it's conflicting.
Yeah.
Because they're like, hey, they can't come to accepting that the only reason why I thought this was a good idea was because someone else was telling me it was a good idea, and it wasn't actually my own idea.
Right.
And I only thought things should be this way because others told me it should be this way.
See, that's what, like, remember how you were talking before about who is the most easily influenced person? Is that person who's set adrift and doesn't have any mooring, right? Doesn't have anything that they're
nothing to anchor onto.
To anchor onto, right? And when you're young, that more likely than not is going to be the case. If you don't have a strong ambition to go learn what you believe in and kind of figure yourself out ideologically, right? And try to start to determine what you think is the correct worldview for you, and what you think is a poisonous worldview, then you're going to be influenced by the first person who gets their hands on you, right? So if you say don't really have any political persuasion, and then you go to college, and then now everybody in your fraternity or sorority, say they're all Democrats or they're all Republicans, then you are 9 times out of 10, now you're going to go and you're going to start believing those same things, right? So that is what I feel like is happening, a lot with, especially like the racial stuff that's going on. Because let me propose something to you, and tell me I'm wrong here. So
You're wrong.
Any of the okay, thank you, sir. No, so any of these problems in which we are trying to speak about in racial terms, right? Like when we're talking about poverty, right? Like in the United States, a lot of people say there's so much poverty in my community, right? Like it's just saying my community as in like a community of people who like look like me or have the same skin or whatever that even means. But yeah, my community has this problem with poverty, or we have this problem. Okay, now if you were trying to make laws that target that issue, okay, there's 2 ways that you can go about it, okay? There's the way that has been being pressed for, okay, in the United States at least, where let's look at this on a racial basis, right? Like let's try to target things based on race, right? Like there's a big conversation about like maybe reparations, right? Or like, let's invest into, and people will say this on national television. And like I said, I'm an absolutist when it comes to individualism. I think that I mean, in as far as race goes, especially, I think that any idea, like when people say, oh, we need to put money into the Black community, like who are you talking about here? Like what if somebody's a quarter Black? Like, are you going to blood test somebody? Are you going to, like that there's more genetic diversity in the continent of Africa than there is between the average American white and a Black person? Because that's genetics for you. It doesn't matter what you look like. And what I'm saying though is you can look at this based on class. It's not a race thing. If you are a white guy, you're living in that Black neighborhood right next to that other person who's a different race than you, but then they say, oh, well, we're going to put money, we're going to help you out because you're this race, but we're not going to help this guy who's your neighbor, who's in that impoverished neighborhood, who's going to that shitty school that doesn't have funding, but we're not going to help him out because he's of this race. You're not solving that problem, right?
Well, you're just separating people more. And
right,
what it comes down to is that behind those stats, though, one thing that is important is that there is a lot of truth behind it, right? And the only reason why there is truth behind it is because it's seen as a truth. And it becomes its own self-fulfilling prophecy. Back to like what you're even saying. You're like, people that grow up with 2 parents statistically do better. Right. But it's not a law. Because there's a lot of people that grow up with 2 parents and they're complete pieces of shit.
Right.
In the nicest way possible to say that. Yeah. Right. So it's not a thing, because it's always easy to stereotype things because it makes you get snappier judgments. So you don't have to process it all the time, but when you really think about what certain things mean or how certain ideas came about, it's very like progressive and very complex. It's not like just as easy as saying it. And the thing is like we're all focusing on the problems instead of focusing on the solutions and making it better. And the other side of it is that we all know there's a problem, but we don't want to be part of the solution. Right. Because let's say your neighborhood's doing bad. Why don't you just donate all your money, or you go out there yourself and start fixing stuff. Yeah. And start talking to people and start helping them and start doing this and that. Why do you need the government to do that? Who is the government? Okay. This is what I really wanted to get into with on the podcast too, because it comes down to when you boil things down. When I say I'm a conservative, that is exactly what I'm saying, okay? Because we have this is the premise that's in people's minds that confuse them and throw them off so bad, okay? And it's very hard to catch yourself
thinking this way, right? Because if you're used to thinking of things in these terms, it's very hard to get your mind off of that thought process, right? So what we're doing now is we have a problem. Say we have these problems in our culture. Like I was talking about, like the over medication, right? Like the anxiety, the school shootings, like the racial stuff, all these things, right? Poverty. And we look at it now, especially young people, okay?
Yeah.
And instead of saying, hey, what can we do through the culture? You know, what can we do, you know, as a community? Maybe, you know, church, you know, can we come together and preach better values in church, right? Or, you know, can we, you know, set up charities, like private charities, try to help people? Can we, you know, foster more of a sense of community? Can we go and clean things up for ourselves? Can we go, you know, change our culture? You know, can I, like, say, you know, in the impoverished communities, you know, the fatherless rate is so much higher, you know, and you know, you can look at that and say, hey, let's start taking responsibility for our children. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be there for our kids. You know what I mean? Like, let's value hard work. Let's not value selling drugs, you know, and fuck the police and all this stuff. I mean, sorry for, but you know, let's value these, you know, these, and that's not a race thing either. I'm not saying that based on that's. I'm telling you right now, there is, you know, white, black, Asian, whatever people who have that mentality, like that, like, you know, think that selling drugs is cool, especially in the United States. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you have that everywhere.
You have that everywhere.
And the thing, it just comes back to this is like people, it's just this is it, is that life is not easy, right?
And the government can't just come and fix everything. That's what I was going to say. I just wanted to get that off
the government, you have to remember, is you and me.
Right. Yeah.
Everyone is quote unquote this government. Now, unfortunately, the government has turned into something that is
not you and me, though.
Is not what it's supposed to be doing, which is being civil servants, which is, if you want to be part of the government, you're ideally and supposed to be serving your citizens, wherever this
not
is.
Yourself.
Right? But now it's turned into this whole lobbying thing. It's turned into these power play, this money grab. There's not, I know people that are in politics, whether previous or current. And the nicest way to say it is that it's a joke.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. And these people are in positions to do such good things.
And they don't.
And they don't because of the bureaucracy that are in these systems.
Right.
Which is also money. Because of the people itself. Because now, let's say you want to do something. You want to build a children's help center, right? And you're like, hey guys, we're going to build a children's help center in this one spot. You're going to have some guys come out there and protest saying, why are we helping the children? We should be helping the animals, the dogs. And they're like, we don't agree that it should be a children's center, it should be a dog center.
Right.
And then the guys are like, oh my God, they have to go battle this. So now they're like, they're trying to fight with these guys, this nonsense of like, okay, guys, let's hear the arguments why it should be a dog center instead of a cat center, instead of a children's center. And now you have this whole bureaucracy, this whole process that it's funny that you're studying law, because lawyers are one of the big reasons behind why this is how it is. And lawyers are usually politicians, and lawyers, their whole idea is to make things as vague as possible and as complicated as possible. To just fuck with people essentially, or protect people or whatever. And it's comical in a way. So the whole thing is this vicious cycle where it's not only the government at fault, but it's the people at fault. Which is the government.
That's what I'm gonna say.
And
it's all
so all what happens is this, is that these guys are here raging. There might be a couple good ones. There might be a couple bad ones. There might be some neutral ones. And then 4 years later, it switches. And then 4 years later, it switches. And it's just the same pool of randomness. And now you don't build, because now what's the whole thing? Now you have these political parties.
Mm-hmm.
So now if it's one party in power, they have one idea, and another
Right.
party has another idea, and another party has another one. There's usually two dominant parties, but let's just
Yes.
say there's multiple.
Right.
And now when the new party, let's say it was one party was doing pretty all right, but they
Mm-hmm.
happen to lose because of whatever, and this new party comes in. The new party doesn't try to build off of that old party's ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they build off those old parties' ideas, they'll be like admitting in a way that their ideas were good.
Right.
So they're
Exactly.
like, we got to
Yes.
scrap this whole
You
thing.
can't give them a win. Right.
Exactly. We got to scrap this. Whatever
Mm-hmm.
project you have was a disaster. Everything's a
Right.
disaster. We got to
Mm-hmm.
rebuild these programs. We got to create new
And
programs.
even
So
if
then you
they have a good
start.
idea, they won't like in our Congress, you like say it's the Congress is has a majority of Democrats. If the Republicans come out and say they have a good idea, the Democrats, they're going to shoot down the idea just because they're like, I'm not going to let them get a win. But yeah, sorry, what were you saying though?
So no, but this is exactly it, is that, so it's this whole ego battle in the end,
Yes.
right? And
the
this whole
people
thing of
are
pride
at our
and
expense.
nationalism
Yeah.
and communism, or whatever isms you want to add to anything, because you could be
Yeah.
whatever at this
Right.
point in time. And this is what is making it very difficult in a way, because we're striving for some things that are not possible in a way. We're trying to make
Right.
everyone happy, which means making no one happy. We try
Right.
to progress on all fronts, which means we might not be progressing at all. And we have to understand that things are a process, but we're trying to condense things in time frames that are almost impossible. It's like, hey, if you want to build a building, no matter how much money you have, the cement has to dry.
Yes. Right. No
There's a
matter if you
process.
throw,
If you
yes.
want to bake a cake, whether you're a billionaire or you're a
Mhm.
middle income family or you're the brokest family, it might take 30 minutes for that cake to bake.
Yes. Right.
Right. So there's some things that just take time, but
You can't
now
change.
that's not trendy because you want to be doing something every day. Like if you're not in the news, then they're like, what is he even doing? Where is he? Right.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. So it's a lot of different things in different places that are leading to where we are now. And it's because we're not okay with the simple things anymore. Everything has to be complex. Everything has to be fast. And when things are slow, when things are time consuming, it's not that interesting. And
Yes.
in the end, when it comes down to performance, all these things that people are fighting about are completely irrelevant.
Right.
Right. Because it's only relevant to the people that are trying to put an emphasis on it. And the reason why they're putting an emphasis on it is because
they're making money half of the time off of it.
Yeah, they're making some sort of benefit from it.
Yeah.
And the benefit can be simply ego. It doesn't have to be monetary, right?
Right.
It could be anything.
Yes.
And this is it. Like, it's very difficult. And that's why I don't even blame, like, you know how people are like, oh, it's the government's fault. It's like, it's everyone's fault.
Yeah. No, I mean, like you were saying before, we are the government. Like when we vote, I mean, okay, unless you live under a dictatorship, right?
Yep.
It's like we're voting these people in and then we complain about them. We do,
Well, there's this idea. So you're saying like a dictatorship, and, people make dictatorship sound like it's a bad thing. A lot of the times it has turned into a bad thing.
Yes.
But the idea is not bad, because the dictators,
there can be a benevolent
we're giving
dictator.
people a foundation. And they're like, this is how it's going to be, whether it's right or wrong.
Yes.
They're like, this is how it's going to be. These are the rules we're going to play by. This is what's going to happen. Now, the reason why a lot of those things didn't succeed is because of greed.
Right.
Which is some sort of spiritual corruption.
Yes.
And that led them to now start making exceptions, which leads to more exceptions, and becomes a vicious cycle, and then the whole thing gets destroyed. But anyone who's able to keep a level mind and a level ground can build off of that. And that's why they have this idea in the future, and I think they're already working on it, which is using computers like AI to make decisions.
Right.
Because they have so much information and so much data, right? Because we're all using things and they're collecting it, that they would be able to like make calculations that we wouldn't be able to make and connections we wouldn't be able to make, to be like,
Right.
hey, this is the first problem we need to fix.
Yes.
But the computer decided it.
Yeah.
So now you're like, okay, we got to fix this problem. Once that problem's fixed, let's work on the second one. And it's like
Right.
constantly moving them because it knows what is going to be the most effective. Because we might feel passionate about the children's center, right? That we're trying to build in this one community that we made up.
Yes.
But
on a logical level,
maybe the dog one is actually better because there's like 1 million dogs in this community.
yes.
And they're just shitting all over the place and people are getting sick and it's crazy.
Right.
And they're like, yo, we need to take care of these dogs.
Yeah.
We need to like put a lid on this thing. And the AI would be able to unbiasedly
Right.
make a decision. And that's the thing, is like, that's what's hard for people, is to separate themselves from what's in front of them.
Yes.
Because we're all colored in a way.
Yeah.
We're all of our decisions are subjective to what we think is right in that specific moment because of our specific experiences. And this is the hard thing that people don't even, once they start hearing this, they already shut off. They're like, F this, like my way or no way. And even you're like, communism versus individualism. And it's like, anything you latch yourself onto in a way can also destroy you. Right? Because it puts you in a hole, in a position that it has to be one way or the other. But it's like this constant yin yang, and this constant change is bound to happen one way or another. And what we have to be okay with is like, just do our part in the moment, have faith that things will play out how they're supposed to play out, and just keep pushing forward. And generally, people are not born saying, hey, I want to go shoot a school.
Yeah.
Or born saying, hey, I am a guy or a girl. They're not born doing these things, even though they might say it, and these scientists or psychologists or whatever, but it's like, you don't really know.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, but I remember. It's like, what did you eat 2 days ago?
Yeah.
And they can't even put that together. But but they remember something 25 years ago, 55 years ago. It's like, listen, whatever you think is what it is what it's going to be.
Right. Exactly.
So if that's what makes you happy and actually happy, have a blast. Now, if that thing's going to cost you your life or your freedom or your this or your that, then you just have to know that that's the price you're going to pay.
Right. Absolutely.
And so this is the thing that's challenging. And, it's this, we're trying to find order in an orderless world.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing for me. I think that there is an order, but I believe that the order is not based on what human beings want. It's based on the existence of the universe itself. So it's hard for us to really comprehend that, right? So it's not like ordered, like, we want things to be what we want it to be, right? And that's what we think of ordered. Like, things do have an order at the end of the day, right? Like, we all have there's these laws and these constants that are in place, right? There's this math that exists. There's this logic that exists, right? But it doesn't always benefit humans, right? And it's hard for us because we like things to be fair, right?
We're putting ourselves in the center because it's fair to us.
Exactly.
Beneficial to us.
Right.
Everything is in regards to us. It's not in regards to anything beyond that. And I always laugh at, there's a lot of things I laugh at, but you're saying something, and what came to mind was I had a friend that was in Egypt, and he's like, the guys over there that he was hanging out with they're Muslims, and I guess they're from a part that doesn't drink. I don't know if that's a thing across all of them. But he's like, what they would do is that they would put milk in the alcohol. And then they're like, God can't tell that it's alcohol. So, because we put the milk in and it masks it. And you see, they come up with these things where you're like, that makes no sense,
Yeah.
you know? But to them, made full sense.
Oh man. You see, this
So
is yeah.
so it's like there's no and we're you might be like, oh my God, these guys are delusional, right?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
they might think something about you that you do is delusional.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So it's just never ending. And we're trying to find, like, what I feel with yourself is that you're trying to like to find some laws and some principles that are
Mhm.
timeless, that are
Right.
concrete, and that are going to become pillars to build off of or to build on.
Right.
And yeah, like, it might be a good philosophy because it's like a philosophy that doesn't um in a way harm people, and it is trying to help the
Mhm.
majority.
Uh-huh.
But it's also a difficult one to live because
It is.
everyone is divided into their own ideas. And like, people say one thing and they do another, and like what you were saying is that words not backed by action is like nothing.
Yes.
and
It's yeah.
and then the systems are so complex, because even myself, I was asking some people that worked in the government. I was like, hey guys, I really like tourism, like, how can I get involved?
Right.
And then they're like, essentially, we're saying, like, you're not part of this sort of club,
Okay.
you know
Yeah.
like, this is its own thing. Like, you come
Mhm.
into it through a process, and you don't just jump
Okay.
into it like that.
Right.
But they did also say another side of it, which is like, that shouldn't stop you from doing, like, the government in a way won't give you the, like, that's just your own excuse to do what you think you have to do.
Okay. Right.
They're like, you can do that and not be, you can be diplomatic and not be a diplomat.
Yes. Yes.
you know
You're not, it's like you're unofficially can do what you still want to do.
exactly.
Right.
So that's like that's even like a joke that I was thinking. I was like, uh, the unofficial official minister of tourism, Charles Österlund here. you know
Uh-huh. Yeah, right.
because,
Yeah.
like, you're just doing the part, and you don't have the title, you don't have that that prestige, or that I guess the title is the way to link it. But it's like you're still doing that job. But
Mhm.
everyone wants the title before they do something. Everyone wants the paycheck before they move their hand. And this is the thing that messes us up, because we're always waiting for something
Mhm.
else to do what we're supposed to do right now, when we could do what
Right.
we have to do right now.
Mhm.
And that goes back to why people are in the streets rioting. Why don't they go to work?
Yeah.
you
I
know
mean,
and if they're mad at Facebook, then don't use Facebook.
see, that's a big thing too.
And
Yes.
if you're
Yes.
mad at YouTube, then don't, like,
Mhm.
then just don't. The reasons why those things work, the reason why those things are the way they are, is because there's users, there's consumers.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
So
So we're almost giving consent. Like, this is something that
100%,
I think about. What?
that
Uh,
by us using it,
yes,
it's like
we are
us saying
giving.
one thing and doing another.
Yes.
So they're
Right.
like, who cares what you guys say, because we know what you do.
Yeah, exactly. It's the
You guys
same
are
thing.
just
And
a bunch of children in a way, just
yeah.
yelling, crying, mommy, mommy, give me the
Uh-huh.
bottle, or hey, give me that shiny thing. When in
Right.
reality, yeah,
Well, I was gonna say, so when it comes to the situation with tech, right? And
sure.
when it comes to censorship, so there's a couple nuances when it comes to this, right?
Hmm.
So when you're talking about people being shut down, or shut out of,
Yeah,
like Alex Jones, right? We talk about Alex Jones. So,
sure.
you know, in a way, telling him that he is not allowed to be on the same platform where the president of his country is,
Yeah,
putting out original content, right? And this has almost become like a public forum.
yeah,
That almost, it's I almost it's almost like a civil rights violation in a way. Like in the United States, somebody couldn't deny someone access into a restaurant because of the way that they look, right? You
yeah.
can't deny somebody access to a restaurant because their gender or their race or something, right? And in a way, that's almost what they've done to Alex Jones. They don't like what he's saying. It's not like he's hurt anyone, or they can say he's risked harm against somebody, but it's not like he's hurt anyone, at least intentionally.
Yeah.
And if you can attack, I forget who's the one who said this, but they said, tyrants always attack the fringes first, right? Because that's how they are able to get away with things and introduce precedent and introduce that tradition, right?
Sure.
Because if you can attack Alex Jones because, oh, look at all this crazy stuff he says. Like, let me give you an example. Like, I was in my political science class. Okay,
Yeah.
this was I forget the exact one it was, but I was in a political science class, and my teacher, he was a big Democrat. Okay,
Sure.
he's actually was an elected Democrat in office, but he was teaching us. It was kind of crazy, but he asked us. He says, "Does any of you really care that Alex Jones got kicked off, deplatformed of social media? Do any of you really care? Like, how many of you guys listen to him?" And I'm just thinking in my mind, it's like when the ACLU defended a Nazi, right? The ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, they defended a Nazi in the 1960s that wanted to march across in an Ohio town. Okay,
Yeah.
they defended him, and people were outraged about it, but they defended him, right? And the reason that they defended him, because when you attack one of our right to free speech, you're really attacking everyone's right to free speech. That's the thing.
Sure.
So you have to be very careful with those things. But what I was going to say about the deplatforming is, can we all stop using Twitter and Facebook? Yes, we can. But here's the problem with that. Now that becomes an echo chamber in which we're not able to promulgate our values now, and we're being taken out of the conversation. Do you get what I'm saying there? It's like, now
I get
we're
what
not
you're
able
saying,
to engage.
but you're also relying on those systems
Yes.
to do your thing.
You're
and
right.
that's the thing, is that
it's a very
that's the dilemma, is that it's a lot more complicated than people imagine.
Yeah.
And what I sort of find out and sort of believe is that things will play out how they're supposed to play out.
Right.
And it goes back to that example that we're talking about, that if someone comes into your house right now and stands right next to you and you're like, hey, get out, and he's like, no, you'd be like, what are you doing? And then let's say he starts destroying stuff. He takes your lamp, throws it on the floor, starts messing up the whole place. You're like, get out of here. And that's sort of, or let's say at a party, someone's causing trouble, right? On a small scale. So like there's a party of 50 people and there's two guys that are causing a ruckus. Most likely those guys are going to try to get those guys out, because those two people are ruining the experience of 48 others.
Right.
And sort of like that with these businesses, is that if they have people causing them trouble for one reason or another, they just get them off. And that's sort of it goes back to the barbarians to bureaucrats, is like those concepts of Facebook and Instagram and whatever might have started off barbaric,
right,
but then they become bureaucratic.
Right.
So, and that's with everything. So there's nothing to be mad or sad about, because in the end,
you're right,
whatever comes about is because people are accepting it, and them not doing anything is them doing something. Right? Like inaction is also an action.
Yes.
So this is the whole thing. And we're here, you and I, right now, just chatting about this, which is also very important. And I think that's maybe where people need to start moving towards, which is just having these types of conversations online and offline, instead of having a conversation of like, hey, did you see that new trailer? Hey, did you watch that new Netflix?
This girl did. Hey, let's gossip about this person.
Or let's exactly. That's even to another level, gossip.
Right.
Like, which is purely useless.
Right.
Doesn't lead to anything productive.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like that next hit. You just want to hear like, oh yeah, like what did this person do? What did this person do?
A movie and arts do help people in a way.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Because they can move people. They can do things. And you could also send messages through this sort of thing. But like, let's say gossip, the lowest levels of like communication like this are very not productive. Because they don't lead to anything. It's just a shit talking, just a shit talk.
Yeah.
right?
It
So it
is.
doesn't lead to something. It's like, hey, if you actually have a problem with Joe, you should maybe go talk to Joe.
Yeah,
Or do something.
I have a very bad relationship with gossip and small talk.
Oh yeah, I'm the worst.
I'm yeah. I'd like to have meaningful conversations with people,
Sure.
even when I'm out at dinner, right? Or if I go to lunch with my girlfriend and she invites some of her friends, right? So we'll be out somewhere and I'll start talking about big issues, right? Or I'll start talking about, big concepts and, theories and things. And,
Sure.
you know, my girlfriend gets mad at me sometimes. She's like, why do you have to talk about this type of stuff all the time? She's like, why can't
Yeah.
you just like talk like about like normal stuff?
Yeah.
And
And
I
this is how they
tell
get
her,
you
I'm
though.
like, because I'm not interested in hearing what was it?
But this is how
What
they
was
get
that?
you, is by the trend,
Yes,
right? You
exactly.
talk about
Yeah,
anything that's not gossip, then it's like, yo,
right.
move away.
Yeah, you're
And
too, yeah, like,
because what it forces you to do is because at first it challenges you, right? Because
hmm
you might hear something and it's completely different than what you hear, right?
hmm
One guy is saying, yo, there is no God, it's Allah.
right.
And you're like, bro, it ain't Allah, it's God. And then
Okay.
you start coming up with some conversation, right?
Yeah,
And it puts you in a position that you're not used to. It's out of your comfort zone.
yeah,
And people nowadays don't want to get out of their comfort zone. They just want to
right,
stay inside. They
exactly.
want to just stay with what they know, see the
hmm
content that they're familiar with.
Yes.
They don't expose themselves. People don't even write anymore with pen and
No.
paper. People don't read
Yeah.
much anymore. And the
Right.
reading that they do is very basic and uncritical.
Mm,
And the only reason why I also one thing I want to add is like why you're sort of in this world is because of what you're studying, right?
right.
If you were studying a business degree and something else, you probably wouldn't care. It
Right.
wouldn't cross your mind because you're not exposed to it. Now you're
Mm,
going to classes where they ask these open-ended questions,
mhm.
where they propose certain ideas,
Right.
and they ask for like what is good about this idea, what's bad about this idea. So that's why your mind is getting wired that way. You're sort of thinking that way. And the people you're hanging
Yes.
out with, like your girlfriend and her friends or whatever it might be, they might be taking some a dance class,
Right.
and they're like, "Yo, I just care about how to move my feet, and I don't care about what's
Yes.
happening with the elections because that has nothing to do with me.
Right.
And these guys just do whatever they want to do."
Uh-huh.
And so that's the thing, and it's hard to be. I think the word's like a renaissance man.
Yes,
Um,
it is. It is. It's hard to be a renaissance man. And the thing about it for me though is I have this thirst for like, I didn't go into political science and then start to become interested in these things. I was interested in political science, so therefore I went and started studying it. And it goes beyond political science. Like you just talked about getting out of your comfort zone, and challenging yourself and having a thirst to learn new things and
yeah.
not being afraid to talk about things that are a little bit outside of the box with other people.
Yep.
That to me, I don't know if it's obviously a combination of nature and nurture, right? But that's the type of person that I am, right? And I bring that out of other people, and I like to do that because I like to, be at a conversation like you're saying with God, you know,
Yep.
everybody's talking about, oh, like, yeah, this guy's dating this girl now. Can you believe that? And then I just would like to be like, yeah, like, so let's talk about God, and it freaks people out, or whatever, like I'll talk about, or I'll
Yeah.
talk about elections, or I'll talk about whatever. And, it's nice to challenge people on these things because I feel like it gets them thinking and it makes them start to, ask these questions for themselves. And they're like, what if I'm confronted by these questions again? Should I start to learn something? Should I learn a little bit about this? Like, what do I believe? Because I feel like we can go through our entire lives and just be entertained by, you know, TV and media and stuff. And we don't ask questions about ourselves.
Well, we have the greatest tool at our disposition, right? Which is the internet. And
Yeah.
what people have, what happened now is that people lost like curiosity. I find, and that's a word that I've been seeing more across different individuals. Where I was like, "Yo, what sort of like makes people tick or do something more?" And they're like, "It's that childlike curiosity." It's
Right.
curiosity, it's this, it's that, but it all comes down to this, which is like trying to understand something, trying to know more about something, trying to master something. This is what makes people go down these rabbit holes. But
Right.
now people are all on the surface, right? They don't peel the onion anymore. Because when you peel the onion,
Right.
you start crying. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And it's just not interesting because they're like, I'm just tearing up too much. I can't chop this onion. Like, yo, let's
Yeah.
just take this one
Hmm.
shell off. And
That's right.
this is the thing,
Yeah.
is that people don't peel the onion anymore. People don't want to go into the unknown. And the thing is, though, is that you can't get mad at those people or depressed
Right.
that they don't want to do that,
Hmm.
because you can't help everyone. You can't save everyone.
Yeah.
And what I think is eventually going to happen, which is already sort of happening, is that you see things start zoning. San Francisco, right? Bay Area, all these
Yeah.
guys into the tech world. So all the
Yeah.
tech guys, they start going over there.
Right.
Toronto, tech guys, right? And they
Yeah.
start going into areas. Now you're going to have towns that are going to be party towns.
Right.
You're going to have
Yes.
towns that are just pure entertainment. Las Vegas. What do you do in Las Vegas? Like Nevada.
You know,
You just go gamble.
party. Yeah, you gamble.
Gamble,
You
party.
know, vices.
And they know
It's the
that.
city of vices.
They know that. But then there's the other side. There's the guys that go there to make business off of that.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's always going to be something. And what I think is that people are going to slowly align a little bit with, I thought I had a conversation, but people are slowly going to be aligning with that. Like they're going to move
Right.
towards people that are more like them, that have
Yeah.
similar ideas, similar philosophies, and similar missions. And
Yes.
that's going to divide people even further.
Right. Right.
But it's not like that's the end of the world, because we can't expect everyone to want to do everything. And not everyone's
Yes.
going to have the same conversations. And in the end, I was like sort of thinking that what would be a cool idea, let's say for this country or any country in the world, is like having a place that is funded by private and public sectors, which is like a school and a big, like, let's say park or community of people that just want to be progressive.
Okay.
People that want to like work on new projects, solve dilemmas of a country, whether in theory or in reality, right? So they might be throwing some problems. Like the government's like, hey, we have this issue, see what you guys come up with.
Right.
And sort of like a group of people that are all walks of life, all sort of interests and characters that come up with stuff. And then maybe some guy in that thing is like, yo, I'm not interested in that problem, but I'm interested in this dilemma. I'll work on this project. Right?
Yes.
And they're funded in a way that is like their lives are supported, and they might make some sort of money or get some sort of perks, but it's just people that want to just do stuff just to do stuff.
Right. And try new things and progress and right, experiment. And you know,
and come together.
Interesting.
Because if you and that's sort of what universities are, right?
Yeah,
like
they are in a way. Yes.
That's what Harvard is. That's what Yale is. It's a club. This is sort of an idea of a club, but an after club of like that is not school anymore. You might have people that are academics that come in and whatever, but it's just like the facilities are there to be used, which all you need is like a campus that has electricity, running water, showers, dorms, and then and tools to do things like, hey, we need sheets of metal, some hammers, some nails. We got to build something real quick.
Right.
And people are just inventing and creating stuff. And I think that'd be a cool idea.
You see, that is a good idea. That is interesting because, you know, it gives people an outlet to do that. And, you know, one thing I wanted to say is I value freedom a lot, right? Like one of my strongest values is freedom. And some people, you know, they value freedom. Like everybody you would think would say, yeah, I value freedom. Yeah, I value freedom. But, you know, some people value freedom less than they value safety, right? Like some people say, oh, it's more important that we're safe than you get to make your own decision, right? Than you having the freedom to make your own decision. it's like a seatbelt, right? Like, you know, if somebody values freedom a lot, they'll say, I don't think that the government should have the right to tell me to wear a seatbelt. But if you value safety more, you say, oh, well, you know, it's going to be better for you. So, you know, that overrides your freedom, right? So, well, something that I think is interesting about valuing freedom is, you know, and one of the reasons why I value freedom so much is because, you know, you talk about this place that we can create, and it could be a progressive, you know, haven for people, and they can experiment, right? And they can try these new things, and they can try new takes on society, and you know, try to see if they can come up with things that are good, or improvements, right? They can improve on things. So what's amazing about living in a society in which, you know, we live in a Western society is that, you know, under capitalism, when you're in capitalism, okay, you have the freedom to go be a commune, right? Like, you guys could say you live in a capitalist country. Like, I always think about this when I think about Bernie Sanders, right? Or any of his supporters, okay? I'm like, what is stopping you guys in our capitalist system from going and starting a farm, you know, sharing all resources, you know, taxing and sharing everything like that, you know, nothing stopping you from that in a capitalist system, right? Because you have freedom. But the problem is with these, you know, say a communist system or a socialist system, is now you don't have the ability to be a capitalist, right? It doesn't go the other way around.
Sure.
Right. So that's one of the reasons why I value capitalism in our system so much, you know? And something I wanted to say about another thing about Western culture, which I think is very amazing, and this, you know, comes a lot from Judeo-Christian values, um, is the idea that every single human being is valuable, right? Just on the merit of being a human being. All right. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Like, those are pretty big ideas. If you think about them, I mean, we take these things for granted now, right? Like, when we think about that. But these are huge ideas. Like, you know, when Jesus first came and started to walk the earth, right? And he said, all of you are created equally in God's eyes, right? That was a shocking statement. That was a very shocking statement, because at that time, the idea that a peasant was worth, their life was worth as much as a king, was ludicrous, right? People never thought that. The idea that you have the right to property, you know, that used to be thought of as ludicrous, right? Like, anybody can take your property if the government needs it, right? If I'm more powerful than you, then I have a right to your property, right? So these ideas, which we think of as you know, these set in stone ideas that are just given, right? They're not, you know, they evolved over a long period of time, and we've evolved to shape these ideas, you know. And I like certain things about, you know, progressivism, right? Like, wanting to move forward and wanting to change things, because if you think about what progressivism is, it's change. Like, progress is, it's change, right? You want to change something. But something that I feel is, you know, very pertinent to you know, our society, is the fact that we have found so much success in our society, and I don't want to change the things that work, right? That's when you think about conserving something, like conservatism, right? You want to conserve what does work, right? And you don't want to let go of
what if you
certain
build
things.
off of what works?
See, that's what you should do. That's where the balance lies, right there, is keeping what works, okay, and building on things that can improve it, right? But you don't want to take away, like, you know, when we talk about you know, our Constitution, you know, like in the United States at least, and this was very influential for the rest of the world, right? Like, this influenced everybody, you know. When you say that, you know, people have these rights to life, and the inalienable rights that were endowed upon people by their creator, right? These are natural rights. It's not that, you know, the American philosophy believes that it's not that your king gives you a right. You know what I'm saying? It's not that the government grants you rights. It's like, you have these pre-existing rights by being a human being, and a living human being, that the government does not have the right to infringe upon, right?
Yeah.
So these are very big ideas, and we take this for granted now, but those are the type of things that I hope that people value out there, and I hope that our generation values, and I hope that we can uphold those things, and we don't, in our quest for progressivism or change, I hope that we don't lose those core values which took thousands of years to evolve and have given us so much freedom and prosperity, because we're only one generation away from losing all of our values. Do you know what I'm saying by that?
Yeah.
We're only ever one generation away from, people rejecting the Western values that we've built up and, delving into something that is more authoritarian, or something that will lead to unhappiness. You think about the book 1984,
Yeah.
And when I read that in school, I don't know about you, did you read that in school?
Yeah.
And I thought it was such a dumb book when I read it in school. I was like, what was the point of this? I was like, what is this shit? You know what I mean? But then you get older and you're like, oh, I understand. Like, that could be the way that life is, that could be our lives right there,
Sure.
And, we can't take that for granted. So that's why, I wanted to just say that, because it goes back to values. I just think that our values are so important, you know what I mean? And believing in a value is a value, right? Not saying that something's a value. It's your actions, right? Your actions speak about what your actual values are, right?
Exactly. That's why you look at people, right? Anyone can tell me anything, but I look at what they do.
Right.
I also look at what they say because it's also important, right? Because
Right.
it's a part of their conscious or subconscious.
Yeah.
But their actions definitely speak louder than the words.
Yes.
And when you look at that, like, that's where you can see the true nature of someone, the true beliefs and everything like that. And as a society, when you're talking about all these problems, you have to look at how people are behaving, right? The individual is what makes the collective.
Yes, you're right.
And that's why with what you're like worried about the generation, like we're one generation away from losing it, losing whatever it might be. That's why you can't lose.
Yes. You're absolutely
right. That's why you have to succeed. Because you're the one who's going to keep it going. You're the one who might get that. Like, maybe it's not this generation, maybe it's not the next generation, but maybe it's your kids generation that does it. But you have to survive. You have to thrive and continue to make it happen, or you have to give life to this next generation. But that's the thing, is that life is messy. And especially more than ever now, because it's so interconnected. So it's just like a constant mixing. And, people on a grand scale, they believe anything they read just because it came out of some newspaper, or just because it came out of some blog post or some YouTube video that has millions of views. Or they read it in the comments, or they got a random WhatsApp voice note that says, hey, the world's going to end, and they believe it. So it's really tricky. And the thing is that people now, they don't go any further because they don't want to put in the effort. They don't want to put in the time to see if one thing is right or wrong. Everything we might have set up till now might be wrong.
Totally wrong. Yeah.
But for us, it is what it is. And you have your beliefs, I have my beliefs. And we've done our own research and been influenced by our own means. So
and we all take a leap of faith, right? At the end of the day. Yeah.
So it's like, in the end, as long as you do you, that's the biggest thing. And that's why I find when people start telling other people how to do things, that's where, like, it's a gray area, because I'm also the same thing, is that sometimes I see something happening. I'm like, there's a better way to do this.
Yes.
But I'm like, who am I to tell them?
Right.
Because I know that they're doing that because of some reason.
Right.
That they think makes sense. And that's the tricky part there, because who really knows? And that's why some people say, like, you need to tell me something concrete. I need answers. I need to know. But it's like, hey, sometimes you just don't know.
Yeah.
And if it sounds right to you, if it sounds good to you, then go for it and do it. And that's it. Now you live with the consequences that come from it, whether good or bad. Because also the consequence can be you got really rich. That could be a consequence of your actions.
Yes, it can. Yeah.
Right?
And
So
you never know
consequence
what
people
would have
it's
happened.
negative. Exactly.
Yeah.
People always think consequences in a negative way, but it's like no, you can be uh it goes both ways.
Yes.
And one thing, Jason, that because we did talk about a lot of things,
All
but
right.
it's sort of like wrapping up. I don't know if you mentioned like I'm using the word wrap up right now, but it just might last a lot longer. But I'm when you were in school, right? Because you sort of
Mhm.
you moved off of a
Okay.
topic. Uh, you between I think 19, 18 and 21 or 19 and 21.
Hmm.
What what happened? Like you got off the drugs, you
Okay.
did the meetings,
Mm.
and like now where are you on with all that? Like where are you at now? And where do you see
Okay.
yourself moving forward?
So right now, what
And the
I'm
girlfriend you're with
valuing.
now, is it the girlfriend you were with before
No,
that you got
no.
kicked out? Oh, okay.
Yes. So I have been with my current girlfriend now for 4 years. All right. We're coming up on our 4 year. And having a relationship, I just wanted to say, that can last like that is also based on values as well, right? And
Sure.
that's based on your actions, and that takes work, and that takes responsibility and honesty, to be in a
Yeah.
successful relationship. That's another thing. Like, people want successful relationships. It's like, you know that's just like having a successful career. It is. It's not like you're just going to find somebody and then everything's just going to be easy because, oh, I found the right person. It's like, no,
Yeah.
it takes work. So that's one thing that's one of the best things in my life, is my relationship. And so that's something that is a good progression for me. Okay. So I'm in this 4 year long relationship now. I am, like I said, in school, I've maintained a 4.0 average in school, right?
Yeah.
Which is also, to me, gives me confidence. It opens doors for me, and that's the thing about school. Is school just, you're investing in yourself, and it opens doors for you. I mean, people know that, but I always tell people, I'm like, if you want to get through an assignment in school, think about what you want to do after school that gets you excited. That's what will get you pumped up to finish those little assignments. Like, I always tell my girlfriend this. I say, you know, I get excited when I'm in school, all the time, because I think, wow, I'm progressing on myself. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I'm taking this step today. It's like when I work out, I feel the exact same way, right? I'm like, I'm one day further in this self progression, right? Where I'm building upon myself. And you want to talk about an addiction? That's what I substituted for my old drug addiction and that
Yeah.
behavior. Is I started to become addicted with improving myself, right? And that is so addictive, and people don't realize that. Like, if you wake up, okay, and you start working out, okay, and you're starting to become you're physically progressing, right? You start reading, okay, maybe you try to attend school, okay, and now you're mentally progressing, okay. You take the time to you take the time to ask people how they're doing in your
Yeah.
life, your loved ones, right? You go and invite people to do things to bond with you in your life, right? You're compassionate, you're patient, you listen to people, right? Now your social life is now improving, right? And your emotional life is improving, therefore, I believe, and then these little things that you do to improve your life become this never-ending struggle. We were talking about this earlier. It is a never-ending struggle. You always are constantly striving towards something, right? You never are really going to get there. You're never going to be perfect, right?
Yeah.
But that everyday struggle to improve yourself, that's the healthy addiction of being a human being, right? Because at the end of the day, what you do in life is always going to be somewhat of, moving from one hit to the next, right? Even if it's really long-term hits. I mean, that's what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
But something that I wanted to say, and this kind of goes with this, is, there's a difference, and we talked a lot about this, and I wanted to say there's a big difference in life, and this is what helped me, between happiness and meaning. All right. I was reading a book, and it's called The Right Side of History. And it was talking about the Jewish word for happiness did not mean what we now think of as happiness. Okay. It was called simcha, was the Jewish word for happiness. Okay. And what that means is meaning. Okay. And basically, the belief system behind that is it kind of goes like this. I always use this analogy. Okay. When you're on your deathbed, all right, and you're looking back at your life, all right, and what's important about your life, you're not going to say, oh man, that hamburger was so good that one time. Man, I really like that hamburger. Like, you're not going to think about that. What are you going to think about on your deathbed? You're going to think about, man, I raised my kids to become great people, and they in turn maybe raise their kids to be, great people who I love and I respect. Yeah. My wife and I's relationship has been amazing. I've been a dedicated husband to her, my progress in my career, right, has taken me so far, and I've been able to achieve so much, and I've been able to help so many people, right? I feel like it's important to, be able to give back to other people. It's like the 12 step in the 12 step program. Like, that's not only helps other people, it helps you. And those things, that's what gives you meaning in your life, right? And that's what gives you meaning. Like, those things that are the big, important, meaningful things. And that in turn that's long-term happiness. Meaning gives you long-term, what we think of happiness. These short-term, going from one thing to the next, that's not going to bring you meaning in your life, right? And we know that. Like, it's like when you're using drugs. When I used to, be using drugs, it's like, no matter how bad I wanted that hit, after I had the hit, it's like, I'm just looking for the next one, right? I don't care about that. I'm not like so satisfied, like, oh man, I'm so glad I got that, right? It's like, man, that was so nice, or it's like the hamburger thing again. It's like, oh man, after you're done with the hamburger, like, when's the last time you ate a meal and then the next day you're still like, damn, like, even the next day you're like, oh man, that was so, like, man, I love that meal. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, does that happen every once in a while? Sure, if you eat an amazing meal, but we do this every single day. Yeah. And we're chasing these little minor happiness, and it's like, at the end of the day, you forget about it. It means nothing. The big, important, meaningful things, that's what you should be chasing in your life. When you're trying to figure out what you want to do with your life, chase meaning, not just happiness. I'm very big on that, and take responsibility. Do things that are dutiful. You know what I'm saying? Do things that are hard. Get out of your comfort zone, because that's how you grow. You never grow in life when you're in your comfort zone. But sorry, what were you going to say?
No, it's exactly that. But this idea that you're preaching in a way is not popular. It's not common, and it's not attractive because people don't want to do that. And they might think it's cool though, right? Because you see this culture online of like the hustle.
Right.
Gotta keep hustling.
Yeah.
It's like all those guys are trying to hustle by not doing anything.
Yeah.
Other than, I was gonna say wear the hat backwards, but you're wearing a backwards hat. But, but like putting on the clothes, putting on the image, putting on the facade of what we think is working hard. But like I was in you might not think about this, but like when I go buy fruits in the supermarket, like a pineapple, I know how that pineapple was harvested.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy. There's guys out there on the field hand picking this thing, putting it into a truck, and this whole process goes on just to get that pineapple. And it costs a couple dollars or less than $1, depending where you are. And it's like, that's actual hard work.
Yes.
Physically. Hard.
Yes.
Demanding.
You're exerting yourself.
Right. And that's a part of work. That's like what's sort of like keeping the world going in a way, because without food, a lot of people be dying. The only reason why people live up in these cold places that people normally didn't live is because we have this technology, this infrastructure to supply them with energy, with heat, with food, so that they can survive in conditions that they normally wouldn't survive.
Yeah.
And so that's one part. Then we also have the mental tasks of like people that came up with things that we take for granted. Electricity right here, right? Like have
Yeah.
to do that, right? This is not a lot of people understand how a light works, how a light bulb works, how the electricity goes from the power plant to wherever you are to this to be transformed. Like no one knows anything about that. We take it all for granted. And that's the thing is like we have this a majority of people that are just consumers, and we have very few producers nowadays in any aspect, whether it's physical or mental production. And this is sort of where I think the divide is definitely going to get bigger. So if we think it's going to get smaller, I don't think so, because what's going to happen is sort of like what we touched up on, is that they're going to build, it might even be ourselves, it might even be me, that you build infrastructures for the people that you might call them the useless generation.
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, you're going to be alive, but you just stay over there and just don't cause trouble.
Yeah, we'll give you UBI, universal basic income. You just, put on your goggles.
Whatever, like, because they're all about cheap thrills, right? So give them more content to watch, give them more, some roller coaster rides, give them some food, and they're good to go.
Right.
And that's the thing is like, it sounds like it's sad, but people, it should be inspiring because you have a choice now. Where do you want to be?
Fair enough.
Where do you want to be in the game? What position do you want to play? Do you even want to play?
Right.
Because hey, you could be on the spectators, right?
Yeah.
You could sit on the sidelines and just be like, all right, and then you'll just yell and complain. And you think it's like, I always think about it too, is like people are like, I'm so surprised that guy did that. Like, let's say a famous person. It's like, you don't even know that guy. You think you know that guy because you just follow him on some social media and you see 1/1,000,000% of the reality.
Yeah.
And you think you know why he did something or why he should do something. That's so not like him. He should have done this. He should have done that. It's like, you don't even know the dude. Right. And even if you got to meet the dude once or twice or 100 times, you still don't really know who he is and why he does what he does. So in the end, it's just about sort of like having faith, taking that one step forward, and you as an individual taking part.
Yeah.
And generally, when you take part, your idea is not to destroy everyone else's thing, generally. Very few people are actually like that. They try to maybe understand what's happening. They try to build upon it. They try to make their idea, like be like, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't kill all these people. Maybe we should do something else. And then people are like, oh yeah, I guess we don't have to kill them. Let's just do something, or there's a cleaner way or a better way to do whatever it might be. And that's the thing is like, we're going to move into this 95-5 or 99-1 global community where you'll have like always though, this has always been a thing where the minority rule the majority.
Yes. That's always been for human history how it's been. Yeah.
And it's just becoming a little bit like people are slowly being aware of it again, but they're still not even fully aware of how it actually works. And this is the same thing that goes back to politics or to governments or to communities, is that there's a few leaders that decide the future. And now what we would hope is that those leaders have the best intentions.
Right. Yes. At heart.
For the majority.
That's something. Oh, sorry. Something that I wanted to say, and I think it's such a good point that you made. And I think that a lot of people don't understand this and are neglecting this fact, is that we have to produce. Okay. We have to produce. We can't just consume. Right. And that's a big problem for nations that like all first world countries, right? Like think about something. We in the United States or Canada, okay, we're living really high on the hog, right? Like we're pretty far, we're very developed, right? So we have these, very highbrow corporations and industries that are very say they're tech-based industries, or they're their entertainment industries, or these things that are their consumer industries, right?
Yeah.
So the thing about all that is like, all these factories are leaving the United States, right? We've known about this for a while. Okay. And where are they going? They're going to a developing country. Okay. So they're going to China. Now, why are they going to China? Because these people are willing to do those jobs, and work in the factories. Okay. And it's almost like we're spoiled, right? Like, we don't want to do that stuff. We want to
Like
have
we
a
think we're
job as an
better.
insurance salesman, right?
Yeah.
All right, but we don't want to produce this stuff in factories and be an assembly line worker, okay? And even above that, very few people want to farm either. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you have tons of people who are like, yeah, I want to go be a farmer, right?
Yeah.
It's not a ton of people wanting to do that, right? The government has to subsidize farms because of the fact that there's not a ton of, people who want to farm, right?
Sure.
So now we've moved it over to China, okay? But guess what?
Yeah.
China's developing now, okay? And people are getting richer in China, and their needs are getting are changing, right? Their needs are changing. And now, hey, they want these nice jobs, and they want to make entertainment, they want to be insurance salesmen, and they want to do all these, first world jobs. They don't want to work in a factory, and they don't want their kids to have to do that, right? So then it gets pushed out to rural areas in China, right? And then, oh, well, now these people are starting to get wealthy. The whole country's starting to develop. Well, guess what they're starting to do now? Now they're pushing a lot of this stuff to Africa, okay, which is at even lower on the totem pole, and as far as developing, right? So now these developing countries, and what it comes down to is we have to produce, right? We can't all be the consumer, right? Like, we somebody in this line has to actually be physically producing something. Like, we're always going to need farming, right? We're always going to need these things. And the thing with that is, it's like,
Well, at least that's what we think we're going to need.
right, exactly. So you have artificial technology, right? And that's solving a lot of these problems as far as, like, who's going to do these jobs. But at the same time, that really disrupts the economy. You get what I'm saying? Because now, if we don't have humans doing these jobs, and you have robots doing these jobs, and the owners of these, the people up the hierarchy aren't having to pay humans, they just have these machines, then there's going to be a lot of humans that are going to be out of work, right? So I think that that's one of the biggest challenges for human beings going forward, is just the distribution of work, the distribution of, money, and, the hard fact that, somebody has to produce, right? And if it's a robot producing, then there's no flow of currency now, right? It's just going, it's some guy could own all these robots. Say you have a factory, it's full of robots, okay? And you no longer need any human. Say you might need one repair guy who comes in and repairs shit, okay?
Sure.
So now you got rid of all those factory jobs for people, and now all that money is just going straight to this one person, right?
Yeah, sure.
So now they're, I believe somewhat in trickle down economics, right? Because, I mean, to an extent, they're obviously, it works to some extent, or nobody would have any money, right? But at the same time, as we progress in technology, like I'm saying, that's not going to apply anymore. People aren't even going to have these base level jobs,
Yeah, but it also always flows back to a source.
Right.
Like, even if you gave everyone equal amounts of money, eventually the Pareto principle is going to happen again. It'll be 80-20. It'll be some sort of thing like that. 80-20, 70-30, 95-5, 99-1. And the thing is like, that is just how it is, because there's some people that they get $1,000 and they decide to buy a new iPhone. And there's some people that get $1,000 and they decide to buy drugs. And there's some people that get $1,000 and they decide to buy drugs to sell it to somebody else to turn that 1,000 to 2,000, right? And that's the thing. You're always going to have this, and not everyone's going to know how to use resources wisely, because for one person it's wise, the other one it's unwise, and that is just part of the game.
Right.
It's just
Yes.
like it is what it is. And yeah, like anything, that maybe China's moving away factories to other places in the world, and then those places in the world will move it over to another place, and we're always just passing things down,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
So it is what it is, and it's like in the end, I think one way that we can maybe start like putting all this thing full circle is like, what does it even mean, right? Why does it even matter?
Mm.
And maybe that's uh where you can bring it around, because
Yeah.
we've done a pretty wide circle,
Yeah, definitely.
and we've touched up on a lot of things, but it's like, what does this even mean? Why does it even matter?
Well, I feel like at the end of the day, it comes back to what I was talking about before, where, to kind of bring this full circle is we all exist, we all have this gift to exist, right? In this universe. Okay. We're all here. All right. And we hit the lottery, okay, to be able to even be the genetic genetically speaking, even to
Yeah,
be the human that we are, right? We hit the lottery. And I just believe that in the spirit of existence, and because we're products of existence, we need to forward existence, and we need to preserve existence, and we need to create, right? And to do that, I think that we have to observe the laws of the universe around us, and we have to observe the logic around us and use our own god-given logic, right? And we have to, make good decisions. And when I say good, I mean in favor of the creation and not the destruction, right?
sure.
So I just think that it's every micro decision. When you get out of bed in the morning, every single micro decision that you make, is should be based on, a value and a plan, right? And
You should have reason or meaning.
thoughtfulness, reason and meaning, exactly. And that's going to lead you to not only a happier life, but a life full of meaning, and a life that will change the world, in on the side of that existence, and on the side of that creation, or a lot of people would say on God's side, right? And God's
Yeah,
will, and I think that that's kind of all we can do, and just, if you want to have kids, have kids, and teach them good values as well. And you're part of this big puzzle,
yeah,
that one day, who knows what we're going to be capable of, and who knows what the purpose for us is. Who knows if the creators of the simulation are going to come back and say, look, you guys completed the simulation, and God knows what the big grand prize is going to be. But I'm just saying, like, we're obviously here, we exist, right? And we're obviously live in a universe that has some type of order to it.
sure.
And I think that we should, like I said, just observe those rules, and try to do the best we can to do good.
No, and that's well said, and that's hopefully a way that people sort of see it. But it's definitely an uphill battle, you know,
Yes. Yeah.
because the forces are against that sort of philosophy right now,
Yeah.
and it
They
might
are.
change. Nothing is set in stone, and even for yourself, like the fact that you've been through what you've been through,
Right.
and you end up where you are. Like the journey is still long. You never know what can happen. It
Yes.
can go one way or
Right.
another. But as long as you're quote unquote fighting the good fight
Hmm.
every day, and you're doing
Right.
your part, then that's all that matters. And your part can be anything. It doesn't have to be this grand lavish thing, right? In
Mm.
a company of 500,000 people, there's only one president,
Right.
right?
Exactly.
So it's not like you can be mad that I'm not the president. It's like, yo, you
Hmm.
still have a part though in making the whole thing happen, just like he has his part. And maybe one
Right.
day your role is the president, and you'll have certain responsibilities. And what's interesting for like what I try to show people of like when they're wondering why is there so much turmoil and
Hmm.
so much problems in the world, I'm like, hey, look at your own friends, look at your own family, and look at your own
Right.
work environment. Is it perfect? And they're like, no, it's not. And they start laughing, right? They're like, it's
Yeah.
chaos.
Mm-hmm.
People are fighting, people are this, people are that. And I'm like, now imagine the world.
Yeah. Right.
I'm like,
Yeah.
imagine trying to solve the problems of the world. If
Mm.
you four can't even get along, how are we going to get 400,000 of you to get along?
Yeah. Let
It's
alone
a
4 billion.
mammoth task. It's very
Yeah.
difficult. And that's it. And there's a lot of pieces though, but what you're saying is this, which is important. It's like doing these small things every day because they accumulate.
Yes. Right.
And they
That's all
accumulate
you
in
can
ways
control.
that you can imagine and also ways that you can't even imagine.
Mm.
And this is the thing, is that people just they forget that. You lose perspective because there's so many distractions, and there's always been distractions, but now more than ever they're even more accessible. They're always with you, they're everywhere.
Right. Yes.
And you as an individual sort of have to be aware that these things are happening, and not be sad about it, not be mad about it, but be like, these tools can be used for good and for bad. You can use
Right.
social media and these platforms to do good, and you can also use them to propagate evil or bad.
Yes.
And you can also use them to do research, and you can use them to entertain yourself. And there's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with entertaining yourself once in a while.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with all these things that might be considered wrong in some aspects, because anything in excess can be bad. And
Yes.
it's just that, is this finding this balance, that striking the balance. But there's no set way to say that. People are always looking for, like, tell me how it's supposed to be, but it's
Right.
like there's no real way of how it's supposed to be,
Yes.
and me telling it to you is me just dictating what I believe, what I
Right.
concluded, and that might not be right. So you have to figure it out for yourself.
Right. It's
And
everybody has their own like journey that they have to figure things out on, you know?
yeah, and sometimes what you see is that when you go onto these journeys, you start meeting people that are similar, or you start finding things out that you didn't know before, and
Right.
everything sort of flows.
Mm.
So it's just about moving forward.
Mhm.
And yeah, like, we're in this special time, which is not an easy time
Right.
psychologically,
Yeah.
more than anything for people, especially people in the Americas and Europe.
Mm.
But globally, it's not easy,
Yeah.
and we're being bombarded from every single aspect, and that's why it's hard just to figure what's going on, because there's so much going on. You're like, holy crap, my
Yes.
mind can't comprehend all of it, and then
Mhm.
and it goes even further, because you start thinking like, oh, the church is good, and then you hear that some guy in the church is doing things that he shouldn't
Yes.
be doing.
Yes.
And then
Mhm.
you look at, oh, this country's great, and then next thing you know, a bunch of corrupt officials come out of it,
Yeah.
and
Mm.
it's like never ending. So it's hard for people to have faith because they see so much evil around them.
Yes.
But then again,
Right.
like, the only reason why there's evil is because people give into it, and
Right.
people took a decision to do such thing. And
Right.
it's like, now for you, like, you can't control what they're going to do, but you can control what you're going to do. So just
Right.
control yourself,
Mm.
discipline yourself, work on yourself, make your immediate surroundings better, and things will
Mm.
get better. But don't wait for
Exactly.
others. Don't expect others to do anything, because when you start setting
Yeah.
expectations,
Mm.
you're also setting yourself up for disappointment in a way.
Right. You're right. Yeah.
And
And
let's
don't
say you're on a
follow
weight
others.
loss, uh, like, everything is a lifelong journey. That's the thing. Like, health, people think like health is like a 6-week plan.
Yeah.
Health is always going on.
Right. You're always
Like,
striving and
everything.
reaching for it. Yep.
Exactly. Everything is always going on. So it's just to be okay with that and be like, yeah, I'm going to work on it, and c'est la vie.
Mhm.
Some days will be better than other days, but ideally, I try to have more good days than bad ones, and then that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So uh, there's a lot of things like we spoke about before, and even things that we spoke about during this talk. But I think, like, if you want to, like, wrap it up
Yeah.
with a final,
Definitely.
even though you did say some final thoughts, but like, if you just want
Yeah.
to wrap it up about
Yeah.
your hopes for the future, and or whatever you think is the best way, then we end it
Good
there.
wrap up. Well, I will definitely say that it's not always comfortable for me to come and share, my history with drugs, because it is embarrassing, and you know, it is something I am shameful about for good reason. You know, I mean, I delved down such a bad path, but
Yeah, but it
all I
happens.
can
So c'est la
say,
vie. So it's
right,
good for
exactly,
you that
exactly.
you managed to,
We're
that you're
yes,
fighting this battle.
yes, and I just want to say that obviously, just like I was able to get out of you know that situation, you are in life able to take the reins and you know take responsibility and to make decisions to improve your life, right?
Yeah.
There's self, you know, you always can take responsibility for your life, you know. And I just stress that. I stress values, figuring out what your values are, and
Yeah.
figuring out what you believe. Don't be swept away by life. Like I was saying earlier, don't
Yeah.
just let life happen. You know, be deliberate. Have a plan, and know what you believe, and always be open. You know, never be stuck to one idea. Don't make that idea you. You know, just keep your mind open, use the best information you can, and figure things out. And another thing is improve on yourself. It's addictive, it's
Yeah.
fun. You know, you can have a lifelong journey of self-improvement, and you will never be bored with it. You will never stop wanting to do better and better, you know.
Yeah.
And that is what's going to lead you to meaning, you know, to meaning, and I think in turn happiness, in my belief. You know, whatever that is for you, not everybody's direction is the same, but whatever it is, sticking to your beliefs and your values, and taking responsibility and making a plan for yourself, that's what separates you from being in control and not being in control, you know. So I just definitely stress those things, and I just, you know, thank you again for having me on.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do my own little podcast. It's a live stream podcast. It's usually on Mondays, and it is called Not So Common Sense. We usually try to do it around 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock, but we talk about lots of current events. Some of the stuff that we talked about today, you know, some big ideas sometimes, but a lot of current events. We joke around a little bit, and yeah, just thank you again. And if you ever want to have me back on, I'd love to come talk to you again. It was great talking to you.
Yeah, Jason. No, it was well, it's the first time we spoke in a long time, and
Yes.
I'm glad that some of the other talks like brought some value to you, and like not a lot of people are seeing them, and I also don't think like people are like like first they ask why you do it, right?
Mhm.
And then the second thing is like even a question you ask yourself like who cares why even do it at all?
Yeah.
Um, but it's like in the end, all you need to do is if you have a positive effect on one person, then it's
Yes.
already it's good enough,
Right.
right?
I mean,
And
what a great thing. Yeah.
people are always trying to go for like the 1 million people, the 10 million
Mhm.
people, the 500 million people, and
Right.
it's like yeah, maybe eventually you have that impact, and you're fortunate enough to be able to do those types of things. But it's
Right.
like just start off one person at a time,
Yeah.
and it's sort of like that's why it's a talk, right? It's a one conversation at a
Mhm.
time,
Yeah.
and
That's where it begins, you know?
that's where it begins. And with that being said, it's like the good thing is that all the conversations, what I think they show is that it doesn't matter where you come from, what has happened to you, it's all possible. You can keep pushing
Right.
forward. You can keep having a good effect on the world, whether it's small or big. It's all
Mhm.
relative, right? Like
Yes.
you can do good on any level or
Mhm.
spectrum. And that's the thing that I hope people like sort of get out of it is that nothing is impossible. No
Yes.
way. You can do
Exactly.
everything. It's just that you actually have to do it. And it takes
Right.
energy, it takes time,
Mhm.
and it's not always going to be easy. And it's usually the curious ones that manage to thrive through. But that's why, if you're wondering why a lot of the world is sometimes in this sort of like commotion, this sort of wild ride, is because there's not many people doing anymore. And the ones that are
Right.
doing are a little bit crazy sometimes.
Mhm.
And if
Yeah.
their ideas are not that good, then it affects everyone because they're the only
Yeah.
ones that are doing
Yeah.
and saying stuff. So
Mm.
that's the whole part. It's like if you don't like the government, take part of it. If you don't like
Right.
the your community, Be a changer, be a leader.
Right.
Don't just be there yelling and try to destroy stuff and cause
Yes.
shit just to cause shit. Like, make a plan, make it better, and
Right.
show people it's better, and do it, and then that's it.
Right. Yeah. No, I
So
really believe in that too. Be deliberate. Like, yeah, we were both saying, yep.
yeah, and you have to be an actionable person, and you have to be active,
Mm,
because if you're not active, then you're just spewing out words, and words don't
yeah.
mean anything.
Right.
What's going to beat you is the actions of others, and whether those actions are right or wrong. We've seen it in history. They can go both ways. Those are the ones that succeed, not the
Right.
guys that are just yelling random bullshit.
Right. We write about, events, not words,
And that's the whole thing in the end. So I do hope that people watch like that. I hope people just continue to try to like progress, develop
Yeah.
themselves, and consume content and start conversations that are meaningful,
Right.
and not just nonsense just to burn time. Like once in a while you might do that, but now if you do that every day, if you do that every hour, if you do that every week, it's somewhat of an addiction. It's somewhat of
Yeah.
of an escape, and it's not an ideal. So, and like what
Right.
you said, you have to replace one bad habit with another habit. You can't just
Yes.
get rid of a habit. And that's another thing that's important for people that are trying to change themselves, whether it's through like what you had to do with drug addiction, whether it's just laziness. You have to replace the laziness with something.
Right.
You have to replace the gossip with something else.
Yeah.
So it's just about moving things around in your life until you get into until you reach
Symbiosis.
something that works for you, right?
Yes.
So, and that's the thing, there's no right or wrong answer, and that's what people sort of get frustrated about, because like, just tell me the steps, and it's like, the
Yeah.
steps
Right.
are these, but I don't know where it's going to lead you, so I can't really tell you.
Right. Yep. That's right. That's
So in
right.
any case, Jason, it was great to talk to you. It was probably one of the longer conversations, but it was a good one. And I don't know how many people are going to make it till the end of this, but if they did, hopefully they found some value in it. And, and maybe it sparks some sort of thoughts. You mentioned some things that are interesting to myself that I think that I took down. I took some notes down that I'll ponder over later. But it's this is what's important, and that's sort of to that Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah, Aquinas. Yep.
That's like his whole philosophy, right? It's just having the conversations.
That's right. That's right.
And where they lead to, who knows? But it's just having the conversation is what matters.
Yes, I agree. And I do hope also more people do this, and they can sort these things out themselves. And I think that this is very, very productive. And Jesus, thanks again. I really appreciate you.
Well, all right then. So we'll keep in touch, and I'll let you know when this gets posted. Okay. And we go from there. Maybe in the near future, we have another conversation.
I am always open to it. Really, I mean that. Just let me know. I'm happy to talk. It was great seeing you.
All right, Jason, and just keep doing what you're doing. And I'm glad I didn't know about your story, but I am glad that you managed to get out of that hole, and now you're able to sort of continue to build and rise.
Thank you. So I really appreciate it.
That's good news, because a lot of people like yourself might have gone through something similar or are going through something. And like, I can only imagine that it's not easy. So
yeah. And a lot of people don't make it out, so I feel, blessed. And I feel like that makes it even more important to, tell that story and show people, if they are in the midst of that, like, you can get out of that,
Yep.
So,
and it's also a wild thing, because how old are you? You're 20 something, 23?
I'm about to be 25.
You're almost 25?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're older than I thought. For some reason, I thought you were 23-ish.
Yeah. Well, I'm 24 right now.
Oh, okay. Well, exactly. And it's like heroin. People think it's only maybe older people, but look at that.
Yeah.
It's in the young community.
Right.
And it's easy to be consumed by stuff. And it's just that it's to understand that there's a way out. It's not easy, but there is a way out, and it's a process.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I really hope that if somebody can hear this, Yeah.
I'm gonna definitely put it into. I might add it into the description, because it's maybe make people be like, wait a minute, this guy was using heroin.
Yeah. Right. Yeah,
and you wouldn't
exactly.
imagine it. So
Yeah, and you're welcome to do that. You're welcome to do that. You know.
right.
All right.
So we'll end this here, and then we'll continue our journeys and our battles on our in our own lives.
Cool.
And maybe we in the near future link up again. All right, Jason.
Sounds great. Thank you so much again.
So have a
I
good
will talk
one,
to you soon.
and we will